Good morning to all of you, the ones that have accepted our invitation and joined us at our headquarters in Lisbon, and to the main ones that are connected online through the Zoom link, and also the ones that are assisting to the broadcast that we are currently doing on our YouTube channel. We have a wide audience that have accepted our invitation, and this shows the interest that there is on the subject of this workshop, where we are going to focus on alternative fuels and power solutions for shipping. We are at a crossroad. There is a lot happening everywhere. Important milestones have been achieved at IMO, and the European Union has now in place a regulatory framework that puts Europe at the forefront of the green transition for shipping. As EMSA, we play the role of knowledge hub and facilitators. Since the beginning, we have looked at gaps that needed to be filled, and to knowledge that needs to be shared to be at the side of the many stakeholders that are going to play an essential part in this green transition. Last year, more or less in the same period, we had our first workshop where we launched our first two studies in the sustainability dimension. As a matter of fact, we had a study on biofuels that you know very well. It's a kind of low-hanging fruit should there be enough availability for the shipping sector, and the ammonia study. Just to give you a bit of figure of the interest that there was on these studies, the biofuels study was downloaded 11,000 times, and the ammonia study has been downloaded 21,000 times. Today, we are here in a joint effort as agency, because the theme of alternative fuels and power solutions, I would say, is a fil rouge for a lot of segments of the organization, because we need to look at it in a comprehensive way as a technical body that sits at the side of the European Commission and the EU member states. So we are looking to the different solutions as a sustainability perspective, but we have also launched the exercise to look at this solution in the safety perspective. You should not expect anything else from an agency that has safety in the name. So we have work ongoing in that dimension as well, and this will be also the focus of this workshop tomorrow afternoon. And there will be also guidance, where we also are trying to be at the side of the industry, being the port perspective, being the ship perspective. And again, guidance is another important building block where we try to be at the side of all stakeholders. And tomorrow again, a very important document will be presented. Just to give you a bit of flavor of the 2 days, Today, we are going to focus on the new study on hydrogen, but we will start with setting the scene. And we are very pleased to welcome here with us representatives both from the International Maritime Organization and the European Commission that will help us to set the scene and put things in perspective. Because if we are here, it's because the regulatory framework is pushing us to act now. The second day will be focusing on the second study that actually we published yesterday. It's about technology. It's about wind-assisted propulsion. And as I said, we are going to look also to the ongoing work that we have on batteries and on the safety-related aspects of ammonia and on bunkering of biofuels. So it's going to be quite intense 2 days. What we do hope that you will go home with the interest in going more into depth in the documents that are available on our website. As you can imagine, we don't have answers to all questions, but the wealth of knowledge that you are going to find available, we do hope that will support the ongoing work under many respects as competent authorities, as ports, as ship owners. And of course, there is the dimension of research and innovation. That is the first layer that is, of course, pushing the first movers in this. That is not a race, because all needs to reach the finish line. And that's why it's very important that knowledge sharing, it's at the basis of everything in this crucial moment that we are all facing. My final remarks are on the additional dimension that needs to accompany this green transition. And for your information, is something that we are looking at as well, and it's the human element dimension. As EMSA, we will again kick off work on what seafarers are going to need in terms of training and competencies to support the green transition. And this, of course, is also to feed the ongoing work on the revision of STCW Convention and Code, launched by IMO. And all these different pieces of the puzzle should be there exactly to make sure, as I said, that at the end, shipping will reach the finishing line and the ambitious objectives that we all shared are met. We all know that there is not one recipe for all. Everybody already speaks about fuel mix, different solutions that are going to be implemented in Europe and globally. And here the question, of course, of scalability and availability and green production will come in the picture. I do hope that these 2 days will be an opportunity also to brainstorm freely among the ones that are here in EMSA, because we know that participating online is very convenient because it allows to fit meetings and events in very busy agendas that we have. But still, there is a lot of added value to be in the same room and share knowledge, as I said, and questions that can stimulate the further discussions. All of you that are online, and you are quite a lot from what I see from the chat, have the possibility, of course, to interact with us. We will monitor very carefully the chat room, so you will have the possibility to interact by raising your hands. And of course, in the room, it's going to be much easier. So just let us know that you are ready to be an active part of this workshop. And I wish to all of you fruitful discussions. And we will kick off the works in line with the agenda that has been shared with all of you, with setting the scene. And of course, when we speak about shipping, who is the best placed to set the scene for all of us? It's of course the International Maritime Organization. So I'm very pleased to welcome on the stage Jiman Sao from the International Maritime Organization, and he will guide us with an update on the ongoing policy initiatives at global level to support the uptake of alternative power solutions for shipping. The floor is yours, and welcome in Lisbon.
Thank you very much, Executive Director. Very welcoming. So my name is Jiman Seo. I'm a Senior Professional Officer for Maritime Environment Division at IMO. I'm very happy, sorry about that. I'm very happy to give my presentation today on IMO policy and regulatory initiative. So before start my presentation today, I'd like to introduce myself a little bit, and I'm doing my sorry about that. I'm a little bit confused because this is my first time today. So anyhow, let me introduce my project I'm doing at IMO. I'm a project manager. The project name is Future Pure and Technology. This project is led by MED, and the main aim of this project is to support regulatory and policy discussion, which is made in MEPC by providing technical analysis. So we are supporting the implementation of 2023 GHG strategy, also development of midterm measures. In this respect, our project already completed a study on the readiness and availability of Future Pure, and the final report was submitted to the MEPC 80 as an Information 10 document. As a follow-up study, we are doing a study on the fuel sustainability to achieve our goal to support regulatory decision-making. So now, let me start my presentation today. Everybody in this room, also someone participating in online, already very new about IMO adopt new strategy, which is called the 2023 IMO GHG strategy, in order to reach net zero close to 2050. And we have to reduce GHG emission from international shipping in a way to wake aspect. This strategy include indicative target for 2030 and 2040. But today, I would like to highlight that we need to update zero or near zero fuel oil technology and needs 5% while striving for 10% by 2030. This new strategy is a very clear signal for uptake of the new fuel and technology, but in the meantime, it begs questions on three very important issues. The first one is safety, and the second is scalability, and the last one is sustainability. For the safety, there are lots of questions. How can the safety of ships and crew can be ensured? And also, is there safety regulation in place? For the scalability issue, there are lots of questions about how can we scale up production and supply of candidate fuel. Also, how we do secure a sufficient amount of alternative fuel and technology in order to achieve our net zero ambitions. When it comes to sustainability, what sustainability criteria can be used to assess where to weight GHG emission from international shipping? Also, how the fuel life cycle label can be verified through the Maritime Sustainability Certification Scheme and Standard. So now, let me introduce IMO's ongoing policy and regulatory initiative to deal with these three very important issues. First, when it comes to the safety, IMO already adopt IGF code, which is aimed to minimize the risk to ship using low fresh point fuel, especially LNG. But even though IGF code only cover LNG, other fuel such as ammonia, hydrogen can be used if it provides a same equivalent level of safety and it is approved by flag state. Not only IGF code, but also other IMO guidelines and classification society rule or national standard can be applicable if it is accepted by flag state. In this respect, many class society have been developing their own safety rules, and it was publicized by many different classification society. But we need international standard in order to globally harmonize implementations. In this respect, IMO already approved 3 different interim guidelines for methyl ethyl alcohol, fuel cells, and LPG. Also, we are developing interim guidelines for ship using hydrogen, ammonia as a marine fuel, and this new interim guideline will be finalized by MSC 109, which will be held December next year. And the second main issue we have to handle with in order to uptake alternative fuel and technology is scalability. In this regard, IMO is developing a basket of measures which consists of technical element and also economic element. IMO already initiate comprehensive impact assessment process, including organizing steering committee from end of September this year in order to finalize selection of basket measure by 2024 and also adoption of midterm measure by 2025 in order to enter into force by 2027. This comprehensive impact assessment consists of 5 tasks. So for the first task 1, WMU is undertaking a literature review, and the preliminary finding will be submitted by December this year. Also, when it comes to the task 2, which is assessment of impact of the measure on the fleet, we are under procurement process, and the final report will be submitted by MEPC 82, which held in autumn next year. So the last main issue is about the sustainability of alternative fuel and technology. So MEPC 80 established the correspondence group to further develop ACA framework, which include default emission factors and inclusion of new fuel pathway. So in the meantime, we are developing sustainability certification scheme for marine fuels. So as someone already remember that MEPC 80 instruct IMO Secretariat to conduct existing practice review on the sustainability criteria. So my project, Future Fuel and Technology, is doing this study So the final result will be submitted to expert workshop, which is scheduled mid of next month. This final report will be used as a basis for further development of relevant sustainability guidance and procedure. I want to skip the overview of the review study today. And this is my final slide today. So I'm going to conclude and summarize what I am doing now. So there are three main IMO policy and regulatory initiatives. The first one is about the safety. We are developing interim guidelines to ensure safety of crew and ships. The second, for the scalability, we are developing midterm measures in order to promote a just and equitable energy transition of international shipping. Final, when it comes to sustainability issues, we are developing ACA framework in order to assess sustainability of marine fuel and its fuel pathways. So IMO will keep supporting net zero ambition in 2023 IMO GHG strategy by driving the uptake of alternative fuel and technology. This is our presentation I prepared today, and thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, and for this comprehensive overview that started from a specific project, but as a matter of fact, focused on the three pillars that shape all our discussions. We have the safety pillar, we have the scalability pillar, and we have the sustainability pillar. And these are three areas that, of course, go hand in hand if we really want to push for the green transition. I will proceed with the presentation that set the scene, and then we will have a round of questions and answers for our distinguished speakers, because I think it's important that we complete this first block before going into depth with the comments and questions. I will now give the floor to Riccardo Battista from the European Commission. Riccardo will provide an update from the perspective of the European Union and the policy initiatives that inform the ambition of the European Union. So, Riccardo, the floor is yours.
Many thanks, Manuela, for the introductory note and for the invitation to be here with you. Just before going into the presentation, I would like to make the public note that we are where we are today because EMSA has supported in the beginning substantially with knowledge consolidation and with information on what could be done in terms of technical measures that, like we will present. And today EMSA is involved as well in a new stage of the life cycle of the regulatory process, already with implementation and with the concrete development of tools and measures to put everything in place. What I bring to you today is a very brief highlight on where we are with the Fit for 55 for maritime transport and a bit of a deep dive into the published version and elements of the FuelEU Maritime. In fact, since the last workshop here in Lisbon last year, a significant amount of work has been developed involving all stakeholders, not only the Commission, but the co-legislators, industry, all EU institutions involved. And in fact, the successful outcome of the Fit for 55 elements for maritime transport is reflected in the publication both of the ETS extension for maritime, which enters into force already next year, the FuelEU Maritime just recently published in September this year, and all other elements important for maritime transport also well rolling and published and ready for implementation. When it comes to the timeline for the implementation of the different Fit for 55 elements, as I said, ETS comes first, and there is a substantial amount of work in the industry and in different stakeholders to prepare for ETS. Secondary legislation is 99.9% ready and finalized and according to the calendar outlined. A phase-in period for the ETS will start in 2024 with the surrendering of allowances focused on a percentage of the emissions of CO2 for the different corresponding reporting periods, so 24, 40%, 70%, and 100% from 2026. FuelEU Maritime published and currently with quite a lot of work on secondary legislation development, not only on aspects more related to administrative aspects of the regulation and FuelEU database, but also with respect to development of technical provisions for criteria for zero emission technologies, OPS communication, and other elements without which FuelEU Maritime will not be able to be implemented. We see here in terms of the timeline, FuelEU entering into force on the 1st of January 2025, the first greenhouse gas intensity calculations taking place in 2026, and already further down the calendar with the OPS obligation stepping in 2030 in AFIR ports. The Alternative Fuel Infrastructure Regulation also published with the more relevant milestones indicated with the draft national policy frameworks that have to be submitted by the end of next year, and the final policy frameworks by the end of 2025. And the OPS provisions also outlining for 2030 the mandatory infrastructure for shore power. And then here I include also the Renewable Energy Directive, the third revision, which is concluded and which delegated acts already provide for substantial incorporation of renewable fuels of non-biologic origin and allow already for the full certification of different types of fuels. On the FuelEU Maritime, the focus is on the uptake of low-carbon fuels in shipping, renewable and low-carbon. We have a technology-neutral approach. There is no prescriptive indication of different technologies to be used. There is an establishment of reduction targets for the greenhouse gas intensity of the energy used on board from a reference value calculated based on reported fuel consumption for 2020. Exemptions are in place to cater for territorial continuity and specificities of different member states. The scope similar to the ETS, covering ships above 5,000 gross tons, and with differentiated treatment of the energy used intra and extra EU. Additional requirements for zero emissions at berth, shore power golden rule, but also possible to use zero emission technologies such as hydrogen fuel cells or electrical energy stored in batteries used at berth. The methodology is one of the disruptive elements introduced by the FuelEU, methodology based on a life cycle analysis of the greenhouse gas impact of the use of different fuels. So not only the emissions on board are relevant, also the emissions that have been taken place in the production of the fuels and distribution. Some flexibility mechanisms in the regulation cater for the possibility that availability of fuels will not be sufficient for technical compliance by all. And also to the fact that the fleet will take its time to renew into ships that will be better prepared to use sustainable alternative fuels. It's based on the MRV approach, which is consolidated and robust and already known to the community. And the publication has taken place in September this year. Which technologies will offer compliance under Fuel EU or benefit the calculation of the greenhouse gas intensity of the energy used? So you will see all the green boxes provide for technological elements which will contribute to the reduction of the greenhouse gas intensity of the energy used. So of course, remarkably, renewable and low carbon fuels are the gold measure, the one that has the highest potential to decarbonize the energy used, associated, of course, with the energy conversion technologies which are prepared to assist in the use of these fuels. And we are talking about multi-fuel, dual-fuel engines and fuel cells. Also, wind-assisted propulsion will offer a reduction advantage, a reward advantage to the early adopters of the technology based on installed power of wind-assisted propulsion. Onshore power supply will offer zero greenhouse gas intensity at birth. We all know it's not true because there is, of course, well-to-tank emissions of electricity produced, but this is a policy incentive to the use of shore power. And then, of course, other energy units that can be used contributing to a reduction of the CO2 emissions per megajoule. Irrespective of the energy system installed on board your ship, oil-based, methanol-based, LNG or hydrogen ammonia, there is a corresponding pathway to decarbonize. And this taking into account the availability of the biofuel version of the different fuels, and further down the line with introduction of increasing amount of renewable energy and production of renewable sustainable fuels. I've mentioned technology neutral with respect to Fuel EU. It was not entirely true. There is some technology specific incentives in the regulation, and this is focused specifically on renewable fuels of non-biologic origin. So we have in the Fuel EU a promotion measure for green synthetic fuels. Until the end of 2033, a multiplier of 2, so whichever amount of energy you use from green hydrogen-based fuels, the energy counts twice, reducing the cost of compliance by half. If by 2031 these type of fuels don't pick up as we expect, a sub-target of 2% will come into force in 2034. So we welcome very much the news from the agency that RFNBOs and green hydrogen-based fuels, e-fuels, will be under the radar and assessed in this respect. Not only RFNBOs will count for compliance, also biofuels, in this case, remarkably advanced biofuels. We have a safeguard against food and feed crop biofuels in the regulation, green hydrogen synthetic fuels, low carbon synthetic fuels, e-fuels produced from low carbon hydrogen, not green hydrogen, but provided that the necessary 70% of greenhouse gas intensity reduction are introduced by the fuels. Fuels not meeting the criteria will be treated as fossil fuels. In the presentation from my colleague from IMO, sustainability criteria came into the presentation. I also introduced this here. Fuel certification is an essential element for level playing fields and for the trust of the operators in buying and using more expensive, renewable and low carbon fuels. Therefore, we are currently working on the development of guidance for a greenhouse gas fuel certification to come up in support of Fuel EU implementation. And certification is important, and I will focus only on this message, ensuring that there is no double counting of renewable fuels, that there is no double claiming of greenhouse gas reduction in different batches and different fractions of the fuel that is bunkered to different operators. This is under construction under the ESSF, Sustainable Alternative Power for Ships, and we expect to have already in January next year the final draft of this guidance. Certification of actual emission factors will also be possible. FuelEU is based on default emission factors for different technologies, for both fuels and energy converters, but there is an incentive for the technology to develop and to gain reward from this development. And this is embedded in the concept of certification of actual emission factors. It is also under construction, this implementation angle for the FuelEU, where we count to be able to reward all those energy converters and fuels which can prove to be better than the default values currently in the regulation. Mentioned flexibility mechanisms, pooling will be an option if your vessel is a first mover in respect to using renewable and low carbon fuels above what is required for the specific year of compliance. You will be able to pool with other vessels less able to find options for decarbonization. And this can give advantage within the fleet, but also advantage in relation to position and to exchange an agreement with other operators. Fuel supply contracts, also an element under construction in the Renewable and Low Carbon Fuel Alliance. Together with fuel certification, fuel supply contracts are essential elements for implementation of FuelEU Maritime. It is not expected that each port will have a fuel station with all types of fuels that ships will need. So it is important to ensure that fuel supply contracts develop as important elements for implementation. As we approach the end of the presentation, just to give you an overview of how the secondary legislation development is currently taking place, different angles covered from specific elements on administration and implementation, taking into account monitoring, reporting and verification obligations, FuelEU database description, and different elements related to zero emission technologies or onshore power supply, with a number of the elements that we need to put in place already for the end of this year and beginning of next year already as indicated in the timeline. But not only secondary legislation is important, I've mentioned to you already, greenhouse gas fuel certification, first quarter of next year. Certification of actual emission factors, also for the first quarter of next year. And then fuel supply contract templates and criteria for zero emission technologies under development for the second quarter of next year. Thank you very much again to EMSA. Manuel, I give the word back to you. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Riccardo. We have already a question in the chat about the availability of the presentations. Can they be shared with the participants? Riccardo nods. Can we share the presentation with the participants? Yes. So the presentations are going to be shared with all registered participants. So thank you very much, Riccardo. The puzzle is quite complicated at EU level because the issue of alternative fuels has been tackled from different angles, and in a way it corresponds also to what it came out from IMO, because there is of course the infrastructure side, the economic volet, and then of course the carbon pricing aspect, and finally FuelEU, that it becomes like a kind of catalyst to make sure that there is the uptake of renewable sources of energy. You may have noticed that there was quite under construction on the last slides, because there is a lot ongoing in this moment, and we are all learning by doing in a way, and that's why we really need all of you on board, because as I said at the beginning, this green transition needs joint efforts and cooperation to make sure that it happens. We close this setting the scene with the third presentation that comes from CINEA, that will give an overview of the financial programs that are currently accessible with focus on alternative fuels, alternative sources of power in of course under the CEF transport. And we all know that funding it's going to be an issue. There is on one hand the banking element that is something that is very much in the spotlight, and here the EU taxonomy will also come to help to steer investments in the right direction. But there is also ongoing a lot in terms of research and innovation to understand better what can be used in support of this green transition. And here CINEA has a very privileged observatory and active role. So I give the floor to Richard Ferrer. Richard, the floor is yours.
Okay, thanks. Good morning, everybody. I'm sorry not to be physically with you, but finally it's better for you because I hope I will be able to speak normally. I'm completely with a flu today, so I hope I will make it. Are you presenting directly the PowerPoint? Yeah, I guess.
Please.
If yes, you can. Yeah.
We are sharing the screen.
Yeah,
it's on.
Perfect. So yes, I will try to give you in a nutshell basically the financing opportunities that may support exactly the implementation that was described by my colleague Ricardo just before, how to seek and find financing for these improvements. So next slide. Just to give you, we are in the middle of in between two opportunity schemes actually. You saw only this. This is an excerpt of the puzzle that was presented before, just to focus on indeed Fuel EU Maritime and the agency CINEA, the Climate Infrastructure and Environment Agency of the European Commission, is focusing on trying to support this implementation, as I just mentioned, for all type of transport modes, and of course for maritime. The objective of the agency being to support, of course, more globally the Green Deal, and we have a lot of mobility strategy and the TEN-T network, the Trans-European Transport Networks, under revision at the moment, that will have to be supported by the funding and the programs that are available. Next. Sorry. It's in terms of objectives, you see for all modes, but in specifically for maritime sector, we want to push, of course, and to support the deployment of onshore power supply. This meaning the electricity grid connections and all necessary equipment to supply electricity when vessels are at berth. But it may be as well battery systems. So there is no limitation in terms of technology. It's really bringing the electricity to maritime sector. LNG remains still something that we are supporting, but I will come back to that. That we supported with the Alternative Fuel Infrastructure Facility, but only as a transition. I mean, with very low support because we were providing 10% of support of grant. So it was really to maintain this support for a little while. And then, of course, we would like to support ports in preparing the supply of hydrogen or hydrogen carrier fuels. and I will come back to this as well next slide. First, before talking about the main program, which is our main priority, which is alternative fuel infrastructure facility, globally in the Connecting Europe facility, you may find some opportunities of financing. We finance the basic port infrastructure, and within this basic port infrastructure, we do pay a specific attention to OPS, to shoreside electricity, to the upgrade of the electric grid, to the possibility to produce, to generate electricity, green electricity or renewable electricity for onshore power systems. And this is not only for container ships or bulk cargo or whatever, but it's as well for cruise ships, because we know very well that they are great emitters of emissions, greenhouse gas emissions, CO2, etc., close by the urban areas. So this is something which is eligible at the moment. Next slide. And I did not mention, but in multimodal logistic platforms, the same type of equipment can be supported. So I said we are in the middle of two opportunity schemes, simply because the AFIF call, which started by the end of 21 and just closed the last cutoff. It was a rolling call with 5 cutoff. The last one just ended on the 7th of November. We are at the moment doing the evaluation of a large number of proposals that we have received. Amongst them, several proposals on maritime sector, which is a good thing. So basically the call has ended, and I will come back to that, but we aim at launching a second phase of AFIF with a wider scope by the beginning of 2024. Here you see what should remain the main priorities, at least for zero emission. We will focus on the right side of the screen. You see electricity and hydrogen infrastructure with a co-funding rate. This is dedicated to almost all modes of transport and, of course, to maritime sector. So we want to maintain this possibility to provide financing, probably with the same co-funding rate. I'm saying probably because I cannot commit to anything at the moment, in the sense that we are drafting the call text and we are discussing the content with our colleagues in DG Move, in the various services, policy units, to really shape the new call according to the most urgent needs to provide financial support. So definitely electricity and hydrogen infrastructure will be targeted as zero emission means fuels. For LNG, it's still under discussion, but most probably we will stop providing even this 10% for transition. We consider that the transition has been done, and we really need to focus the grants and the subsidies, public subsidies, on zero emission. So there are still discussions ongoing, but again, most probably, I cannot confirm, but most probably this will disappear from the next call. Next slide. Sorry. The budget we had up to now was 1.5 billion. We still have 500 something million euro, but we have this evaluation ongoing, so we will run out of budget for the actual AFIF. But we intend to launch, as I mentioned, the new call as from as from the first quarter of 24, and the targeted budget for the moment is 800 million. It may be a bit more if we don't use completely the actual AFIF budget. So it's at least 800 million that will be put on the table for the next call. The system will be the same. You will have, as a project promoter, to partner with banks, so ever national promotional banks or institutional financial institutions such as EIB or EBRD. But it will be possible to use your usual financial partner like commercial banks, and it's valid as well for investors with equity, etc. But this is a blending call, which means that we provide we will provide the public subsidy on the provided that there is a blending with some extra investment from the private sector or from the banking sector. On the right side, the system will stay the same. You have first to go to this bank to get at least 10% financing, and this will remain. And then you can apply, and we evaluate your project, and then it's the standard process. There is an evaluation, and when everything is ready, we proceed with the grant agreement preparation. The only difference is that as you committed to get a support of 10% minimum from a commercial bank or from a financial institution, you need to sign the contract with this banking organism before we can sign the grant agreement. So this is a bit the specificity of this call compared to the standard Connecting Europe Facility calls, where you can apply for basic infrastructure, including OPS, as I mentioned, and then we don't ask for any blending, specific blending. Next slide. The operators, you have a glance at it. They are not all mentioned here because some others have signed in between. They have to sign an administrative agreement with DG Move to be able to be recognized as implementing partners. But you see that we have already the European Investment Bank, the EBRD, we have Caisse des Dépôts for France, we have Cassa Deposito Prestiti for Italy, Finvera, Finland. So many national promotional banks have already signed. So I invite you to consult, of course, the list on our funding portal if you're interested. Next slide. Maybe just in a nutshell to see what's the objective for us. I mean, if I look at the AFIF, the first AFIF call, so since 2021, as I mentioned, we had the equivalent of 5 calls, 5 cutoff. We selected so far 90 projects, 3 billion investments, almost 1 billion of EU contribution provided. And see what we have financed. A large part of it was dedicated to road, to electric charging points for light-duty vehicles, some charging points for heavy-duty vehicles, and a lot of hydrogen refueling stations. This is all about road. We had as well some projects for electrification of airports, but when you look on the right side at the maritime sector, we had 0 projects, only 2 LNG projects, and this was really disappointing, and we should wonder why, actually. One of the reasons is that under the CEF general call, the Connecting Europe Facility call, when you present a larger project on infrastructure, including OPS, probably the access to funding is easier, which means that we had several OPS projects under the standard CEF call. But again, none under the AFIF, while the conditions are quite interesting. But maybe we will look at the feedback on this and see what is blocking. Maybe it's the need to go for an implementing partner or a bank before signing the grant, or maybe there were less appetite at this moment. But as mentioned previously, the legislation is evolving. We have ETS, Maritime entering ETS system. We have the certification of fuels coming. So all these new legislative elements and environment will probably push a bit more the operators to seek for financing to accelerate the deployment of the necessary infrastructure for alternative fuels and sustainable fuels in general. Next slide. What we had at the moment, so this is over for the moment, but was electricity and hydrogen for ports. So you see basically hydrogen refueling stations, we had our OPS, and we had the possibility to finance the retrofitting or fitting of portable vehicle and equipments, and even some vessels if needed. And this was valid for any 10T maritime ports and inland waterway ports. Next slide. But what will be the future? What we can expect for the next phase? So at the moment, again, it's still under discussion, so I cannot confirm, but we intend to support the same type of infrastructure, but to considering that the amount of funds available is a bit lower than previously, so 100 million instead of 1.5 billion, we want to focus primarily on the infrastructure. So it's very likely that we will not consider the fitting or retrofitting of port vehicles and equipment of the propulsion system and auxiliary engines for electric vessels or for hydrogen vessels as eligible. What could be extended, though, is the infrastructure for hydrogen carrier fuels, which may include, of course, ammonia. But this is still a discussion which is ongoing again. Next slide. Whatever the scope, the system will remain the same in terms of selection as well. So we have 5 main criteria. The priority, meaning is it fitting and addressing the policy priority needs? So it's basically, is it supporting AFIR and is it supporting FuelEU? So this is the first thing. The maturity of a given project, the catalytic effect is to which extent the project can attract funding from investors or banks, the impact of a project and the quality of a project on standard criteria. So all of this will remain the same. And of course, we will still pay a lot of attention to some components that are plus in the project, that are additional elements, like the use of renewable energy sources, the use of biofuels, the use of circular economy in the projects that are submitted to us. Next slide. Voila. And to finish, so as I mentioned, to recap a bit, what are the perspectives? So first quarter 24, we intend to launch this call. Budget 800 million. And again, we will have several cutoff dates, normally 3 cutoff dates, which means that you should be able to apply more frequently, and it's not once per year. 3 cutoff for the period 24-25, which means probably 1 this year in 24 and 2 in 25. Again, to be confirmed, but this is indeed the objective. I'm ready for additional questions, if any. Thank you.
Richard, thank you very much for this overview. I think we really need to raise awareness on inside the maritime community about these opportunities that are there, because the slide where you had the projects that were actually financed for maritime, it was not very encouraging, let's say. So,
No,
so we need to find a way, once you have a clear picture of what are going to be the objectives of the new call and the scope of the projects that will be the focus of the new AFIF. Probably we will also, as EMSA, try to reach out as much as possible on the operators to make sure that these opportunities are caught, because it's there is a lot of effort and thinking behind a call, and then of course this is something very concrete that can also support the green transition. If I understood well, focus will be more on the infrastructure side this time. I have Riccardo that wants to comment. Riccardo.
Thank you, and indeed, because the figure on the 0 projects on onshore power supply was maybe a bit graphic, So when you
Yes,
look at the
it was
screen
provocative. Yeah.
and we see the zero, and I think I have a feeling that we need to say something. And just to say that indeed we are cooperating in the development of the IFIF2 call, clarifying a bit more the text and what is eligible for funding and what is not. And there is one challenge with the onshore power supply that is not paralleled in any other energy solution or option. If it's offshore power supply, it's not enough just to buy the equipment and place it on the port. It needs to be connected to the grid. There needs to be reassurance of sufficient power also from the grid. There is a lot of interconnectivity in shore power that involves not only the port and the ship, but also other stakeholders in the port, because you don't install only shore power, you electrify the port. There is a substantial integration of a project in a port for onshore power supply. And I believe that there is added value in looking a bit more how to bring the different stakeholders together so they can apply for these projects as a whole, and not a port just buying equipment from the market and then what? So it needs to be really a comprehensive approach to these projects. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
if I may,
Riccardo, please.
yeah, if I may add just one point, indeed, I mean, it's perfectly valid, of course. Just to say that already now, in the first AFIF, we were not looking only at the infrastructure to connect, but really at the grid, at the electricity grid, at the cost it has with the DSO, with the distribution system operator, the possibility to provide energy for port activities. And not only for ships, indeed, and this includes the possibility I did not mention for all type of projects to have what we call a synergistic element, which is basically the capacity to produce energy for transport, and this could encompass, for example, in ports, solar panels or other ways to produce some energy to feed the network. It may be storage of electricity. So there are several possibilities, not only indeed the basic infrastructure, but more widely, as mentioned by Riccardo, to finance the electrification of port activities. We'll keep it for the future. This.
Thank you very much. And we also have a regulatory framework that pushes for it, because in 2030 at birth, there will be an obligation to use OPS. So it's really the moment to look into it exactly in this synergetic optic for electrification of ports, for sure. We open now the floor for questions on this first round of setting the scene. We already have a question in the chat for you, Riccardo. They ask if you could elaborate on the inclusion of blue fuels in the legislation based on blue hydrogen. How are these fuels taken into account in the legislation?
Thank you. Indeed, as I presented in my presentation, not only green hydrogen-based synthetic fuels will be eligible, also low-carbon hydrogen-based synthetic fuels. And these are under the scope not of Renewable Energy Directive, not of RED, but of the Gas Directive and of the current recast exercise, which is under development. So for green hydrogen-based synthetic fuels, we already have the regulatory framework in place. For the blue synthetic fuels or for the low-carbon hydrogen synthetic fuels, the regulatory framework is still under development and under finalization. In RED, we have delegated acts to calculate the greenhouse gas reduction potential for different green hydrogen synthetic fuels, RFNBOs. The similar delegated acts for this calculation will be in place in the end of 2024. So for blue fuels, it will be more clear what is the calculation methodology in December next year. However, of course, the development work is in progress, and what will be shared between blue fuels and the green fuels will be the decarbonisation threshold, or the greenhouse gas intensity saving threshold of 70%. So the method to reach the 70% for blue fuels will of course be different, will follow a different pathway, but this threshold will be shared also with the RFNBOs. Thank you.
Thank you, Riccardo. Very clear. And there is another question that we can also handle. In terms of OPS and electrification of ports, will EMSA support the development of a best practices guideline? Lanfranco, you can take this one.
Yeah. Good morning to all. Well, in fact, the guidance on OPS and ports electrification is already available. It's give or take 1 year old. It is possible that in the next period of time we might consider to enlarge, review it, update with this suggestion of best practices. However, for the time being, we consider that this is a very comprehensive work that has been put together. Yeah, if you haven't done so, we invite you to consult the webpage where you find an electrification stream that includes batteries, an old report on fuel cells, and of course the OPS.
Thank you, Lanfranco. We have just provided the link in our chat so that you can download it. It's a very comprehensive guidance, very substantial. And actually, Riccardo knows a bit about it since he was the author at the time that he was working still with us. Then we have another question for you, Riccardo. Your presentation generated a lot of questions. You said that there was a requirement for a Fit for 55 monitoring plan. How does this differ from MRV or ETS monitoring plans? Why are they not integrated? Probably there was a bit of confusion on your slide that referred to monitoring plans under different pieces of legislation.
Thank you. I think EMSA would also be in a very good position to reply to this question, because we got your help on this particular secondary legislation element. So to clarify, monitoring plan, in fact, we already have a monitoring plan for MRV, which is revised now with information for the ETS, and now the monitoring plan for Fuel EU. What is different is the source for the regulatory background for this monitoring plan, because in practice the monitoring plan will be one, and it will be elements related to MRV and elements related to Fuel EU, which they will compose then in the database or in the TETIS MRV environment hosted here in EMSA. The development of the system is merging, of course, wherever possible, to make this in an administrative way as simple and as integrated as possible. Again, what is different is the regulatory framework for the different elements in the monitoring plan. The monitoring plan per se is not a different set of documents. They all add up together. Thank you.
I can also add that in this logic of synergies, EMSA has been tasked to develop the tool that is going to support the implementation both of the extension of ETS to maritime transport and the FuelEU Maritime. And there is a lot of work behind it with all the different services of the European Commission trying exactly to implement the so-called reporting once principle for the users as much as possible in a way that again we generate synergies between these two regulatory pillars that are very important within the EU framework, also considering that the system that is MRV is the basic layer that is used for this development. I don't have any more questions in the chat. Let me turn to the people in the room. Please introduce yourself, please, for the audience.
Yes, thank you very much. Sunil Krishna Kumar, Senior Technical Manager from ICS. I have a question for, again, unfortunately, Ricardo. We thank all the three presenters. The excellent presentations were quite informative. Just in terms of the presentation of the IMO, what we would like to add is, in addition to the ambitious goals that have been set by the strategy, we also note that the IMO has agreed on quite an ambitious timeline and a pathway for the midterm measures, which should be adopted in the next 2 years as per the IMO timeline. A question to Ricardo and the ECS is, are there any plans for the EC to review the measures that are as part of the Fit for 55 in terms of alignment with any future IMO measures that are agreed, especially with regards to the GFS, which is an ongoing discussion, and also with regards to the GSG pricing mechanism, which the IMO envisages would be agreed in the next couple of years. Thank you.
Thank you, Sunil. Indeed, it is a compromise in the regulation, Article 30.5. I know it's horrible to reply with articles, but here I think this is a commitment in the regulation that we, in the event that a global greenhouse gas fuel standard or global greenhouse gas intensity limits are set for ships by the IMO, that we have the obligation to assess and then examine and align or withdraw, or whichever measure is taken convenient.
Thank you very much, Ricardo. And are there any more questions or comments at this stage? If it's not the case, we will have the first introduction now from EMSA, explaining a bit the logic of our engagement on the topic of alternative fuels and the sources of power that brought us to have a cooperation with our contractor that has been working very hard at our side on a generation of studies that are now building block for a series of all other initiatives at EMSA and outside EMSA. Frédéric Hébert, our head of unit for sustainability, will now provide this first introduction. Frédéric, please.
Yes, good morning to all, and a very short introduction just to give you an overview of the pattern that we are following in developing these studies. So, first question is why these studies, and I think that it's clear from what we have already said this morning, is that from all the maritime transport sector, we know that there is a request for a certain, I will say, legal security in order to go ahead. There are the deadline of the Paris Agreement, the need also to invest and take investment decisions, which are not small investment decisions, And for that, ship owners need to have, I will say, information about what is feasible and at what cost. So, and also being, I will say, open-minded, as we have already said this morning. This is the issue of the technology-neutral approach, because there will be one size for all. It will be, I will say, each part of the trade that will have to see what is best suitable for the type of trade they are doing. So this is exactly what we have in mind when we do these studies, is try to give this overview of the various technical, financial part, also look at the regulatory and safety gaps in order to identify what prevents the uptake of this source of power of technologies. It's something that we started in the past. We have already started to release some studies by 2012 on biofuels, then LNG. But we have taken, I will say, a more systematic approach when we launched this framework contract for these 6 studies in the for period of time. And so I introduce again our consortium who win the, the procurement, led by ABS, indeed the Greek establishment of ABS, CE Delft and Arxilea. We have already released last year 2 studies, and no later than in the previous minutes, we have give you again the link in the chat if you want to go and see these studies. And in our planning for this year, we have to release the 2 studies, one on the hydrogen and the other one on wind-assisted propulsion system. We have already contracted the 5th studies, synthetic fuels, and we are about to contract the last one under this first framework contract, which will be on nuclear power, as we see that there is quite a lot of interest on this side. So here again, you will have a link to the studies. Just to give you an overview of the structure of the studies that you will see during the 2 days, because we will follow the same approach when we will report on the outcome of the studies. We have 3 main tasks. The first one is, I will say, the basic one is, what are we speaking about? How does it work? How can we produce it? Is it possible to scale it to such a size that shipping, which is not the only one interested in this new power, will have its share of it? And also, very important, the cost analysis to see where we go. And we usually we do it on both sides, for a retrofit or for a new build. Task 2 is exactly what I said in the previous slide, is to try to see where we are on the regulatory side. Are we fully covered? Are there already standards agreed that can be used for these new fuels? And if not, what are the gaps which are analyzed? And on the various fields, as you can see on this slide, I will not repeat everything. Maybe there is one point which doesn't appear on this slide, and that's true, that it's something that we will have to think about also at the IMO level, I think. It's the liability and compensation side, which has not been addressed. And when we look at these regulatory gaps, we look at the production, the transport, distribution, and bunkering aspects. And finally, which is also, I will say, provide us with a wealth of information. Some hazard identification are conducted with volunteers, anonymous of course, to try on several design of ships what could be the difficulties that will be faced in order to issue recommendations, which I will say we will have to be followed up after that, and see the need for further risk-based analysis or formal assessment. This is done, of course, following the methodology of IMO for this hazard identification studies. And I will stop here just to give you an insight of what you will learn now today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Frederic, for this overview. The structure of our studies is very much similar, also because we want to be as much as possible comprehensive. and look at all the different aspects that come into the picture when we speak about alternative fuels or power solutions. What I would like to stress is that the task 3, and let's say the acid element recommendation, then is further developed through another series of studies that are currently ongoing, as I said, with focus on safety, and that is what is happening for the time being, for instance, in relation to ammonia, where there is an ongoing initiative specific on that. And it will be the same for hydrogen, that will also be further analyzed into depth from a safety dimension. Any questions at this stage following this general introduction? If it's not the case, here we have still a question related to electrification. So the question that we had in relation to the need of best practices and so on, they say that my question was in principle more related to overall electrification of the port, including dimensioning of electrical infrastructure and future load as interface to supply companies and national regulatory entities. So it's much wider, and it's the perspective of electrification of port, what is behind. So is there, Ricardo, you can take it, please.
Thank you. No, I think it's very important to, whenever we talk about onshore power supply or shore power development in port, to also take into account that all the investment that is made, all the capital investment that is made in the infrastructure goes with substantial work on reducing or mitigating the risk of low utilization of the grid connection and all the substations and elements that are put in place. And to mitigate the risk of low utilization, it is important that as much as you can electrify in the port, the best. To develop best practices, really, I believe that it is very important to bring the ports together that already have deployed and implemented strategies for electrification, and we have many good examples. And I believe this can be very well, this question can be very well a motivation for future brainstorming and thinking on how we can discuss this topic of port electrification in a more integrated and comprehensive way. Thank you.
Thank you, Ricardo, for this clarification. Okay, it's time now to move more into depth into the hydrogen study that, as a matter of fact, has been recently published on our website and already downloaded quite a number of times. We are over 1,000 practically in a week. And as I said, the studies follow more or less the same structure. So our first presentation will focus on production pathways, availability and scalability. And we have with us one of the members of the consortium that are leading these studies for us, and in particular Julius Kirali from CE Delft. Julius, the floor is yours.
All right. Thank you very much, and thank you, EMSA, for this opportunity again to present our work, which we have been conducting and the next studies currently performing as well, together with ABS in the consortium team. And in this presentation, I will give you all an overview of the production pathways of green hydrogen, the availability, scalability, and sustainability as well. And I would like to mention also my colleagues of CE Delft, Reinier van der Veen and Dagmar Nelissen, who worked primarily on these parts as well. So I will start with a part on the production pathways. How is green hydrogen being produced nowadays, and what kind of technologies are under development. Then important note about the availability and the scalability of green hydrogen production, and finally about sustainability of green hydrogen application in shipping. And the aim is to give you an overview of how the production of hydrogen comes to be if shipping is steering towards acceleration in the uptake of green hydrogen in shipping. And the specific on the technology in the application in vessels, that will be the topic of the next presentations of my colleagues of ABS, but I will very shortly, very briefly mention that hydrogen can be used in internal combustion engines suitable for a specific fuel, and in fuel cell systems which need the use of a generator to produce propulsion power. And this is very briefly of relevance in this presentation because I will note something about air pollution, which is depending on these systems. So here we have an overview of the main production pathways. In more detail, you can view this also in the report, of course. We distinguish 4 main production pathways for the production of green hydrogen. The first one being electrolysis. Electrolysis is the production pathway of green hydrogen using pure water and renewable electricity as input. The outputs are then green hydrogen and oxygen. The oxygen may be used in other industrial purposes, and the green hydrogen can be used as a gas or be liquefied and being stored or transported to ports where this is to be bunkered into hydrogen suitable vessels. The second pathway is direct solar hydrogen production. A very concentrated sunlight is splitting water into oxygen and hydrogen. The third pathway is based on biomass input, and there are some different techniques in biomass fermentation, which are dark fermentation and photo fermentation. Using bacteria, the biomass is being converted in different substances, of which hydrogen is one, alcohols, acetone, and biogenic CO2 is also a byproduct of this production pathway. And this biogenic CO2 can be captured as well and be used, for example, in production of synthetic fuels. Then the fourth production pathway is thermochemical biomass conversion. In this production pathway, to check very shortly, water is being heated in such a way, in very high temperatures, that it is broken apart into hydrogen and oxygen as well. And under pressure in pyrolysis and gasification with steam methane reforming. To give you an overview where the maturity of the techniques are now under development. Our first pathway, electrolysis, we can see this pathway is already very high on the technology readiness level scale, with a level 8 to 9. So that means that this production technique is being fully developed and has been demonstrated in large-scale operational environment. So this is market ready to be implemented elsewhere at large scale. The second and the third pathway are still under development in trials at different levels, and the fourth pathway is somewhere in between there. It is demonstrated that these techniques work, but not yet at large scale. And what we can conclude from these two slides is that electrolysis is the most promising pathway for the production of green hydrogen and the upscale of green hydrogen production. This is due to the high maturity level, but also due to the high efficiency of input to hydrogen output. Another point to make here that the third and the fourth production pathway are based on biomass inputs, and we view this as not as promising because there's a lot of competition around biomass, especially for the production of biofuels currently and expectedly in the coming decades. So we perceive these production pathways based on biomass may not be the main scale-up production types. Then the availability of green hydrogen production. So we did an analysis where we looked what if the global fleet should be reliant on the supply of green hydrogen to fulfill their energy demand for shipping. And as I said in the previous slides, there are two main inputs for the production of green hydrogen using the electrolysis production pathway, that is renewable electricity and water, and then you can have an electrolysis production. In the first figure above on the right side, you can see the estimated available renewable electricity capacity in the year 2040. And on the right-hand side of the figure, you can see the required amount of renewable electricity input for the production of enough green hydrogen for shipping. Well, we can see that the required electricity input by far exceeds the required demand. So the renewable electricity production should not be a limiting constraint on the production of green hydrogen. But the picture on below about the electrolyzer capacity is quite the opposite. The required amount of electrolyzer capacity far exceeds the now expected and estimated electrolyzer capacity in the year 2040. So we already now see that with current policies, with current market developments, there would not be enough electrolyzer capacity to produce enough green hydrogen to fulfill the energy demand of global fleets, which results in this final figure on the available green hydrogen production and the required hydrogen production to fulfill the energy demand of the fleet. And what we can also draw from here is that also sector stakeholders, they make clear that there's still some high uncertainty around the business case of electrolyzer plant to produce green hydrogen. So we should be aware of this, and perhaps policy initiatives are needed to scale up the electrolyzer capacity. Then the topic of sustainability, which is in the end the main aim, of course, to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions of shipping. Well, in short, green hydrogen has a huge potential to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. In a tank-to-wake scope, there are no emissions from the combustion process of green hydrogen, but if you look at the life cycle of green hydrogen production, there are some emissions in the production, transport, and storage parts. In this figure, you can we have an overview of the life cycle greenhouse gas emissions of different maritime fuels on in above the well-known fossil fuels, marine gas oil, very low sulfur fuel oil, and green hydrogen there from different inputs. So if we see green hydrogen produced by biomass input, the potential is very high, so we can reduce up to 98% of the greenhouse gas emissions, but depending on the type of technique applied, this can be also only around 30 to 40%. Green hydrogen produced by renewable electricity from wind production promises the highest greenhouse gas reduction potential. And if we look to blue hydrogen, as mentioned earlier, this may be a transitional hydrogen type before the large-scale production of green hydrogen. We can see, depending on the type of technique applied, that blue hydrogen can also reduce emissions in a life cycle scope significantly. Depending on the technique, the capture of CO2 from the production technique is more effective or not, or less, so to say. And we can see currently the production of gray hydrogen is, depending on the technique, can be even higher than the life cycle emissions of fossil marine fuels like MGO. Then hydrogen emissions. So previously I talked about the greenhouse gas emissions from fuels and from the life cycle scope of production of hydrogen, but now hydrogen emissions if hydrogen is being released into the atmosphere directly. Scientific research, they say there is a likely greenhouse gas effect when hydrogen emissions, hydrogen is being emitted to the air directly. This is in form of stratospheric water vapor, which causes a slight greenhouse gas effect. And this is mainly from the supply chain of green hydrogen. So at the production plant, sometimes to increase the efficiency of the production process, there needs to be venting of the systems, which can cause some hydrogen emissions, release of hydrogen emissions, and also, which is well known with LNG, also the storage of liquefied hydrogen has a boil of, which is typically around 1% per day, where hydrogen is leaked also in the atmosphere. Fuel cell is kind of the same picture as with electrolyzer. Sometimes one needs to vent a fuel cell system to increase the effectiveness, and with that, hydrogen could be also released. But the net effect of using green hydrogen in shipping or in other uses where fossil fuels are being replaced is greater than a possible greenhouse effect of direct hydrogen emissions. Then air pollution, the sustainability aspect of green hydrogen concerning air emissions, air pollutant emissions is rather positive. When used in internal combustion engines, a large part of the air pollutants can be reduced compared to the use of fossil fuels. There are some NOx emissions if hydrogen are used, but after treatment can eliminate the NOx emissions fully to fulfill the regulatory requirements. When using green hydrogen in fuel cell propulsion systems, all air pollutants can be eliminated because there are no emissions from combustion, because that is a different kind of propulsion technique. Then other environmental impact concerning the production and use of green hydrogen. The use of land can be rather impactful if if the sector wants to increase renewable electricity production at large scale, this can be in form of wind or solar, then one needs to be aware what the impact is on the land use. And for the production of electrolyzers and fuel cells, in the production process of green hydrogen, a lot of pure water is being used. So in regions where water scarcity is an issue, this should be also a point of awareness at the regulators. And for the production of fuel cells, as we see with batteries as well, there are some concerns about critical minerals, which we should be aware of. So concluding this brief overview, and please, you're invited to look into the report in more detail what concerns you the most. I can conclude that from our research, we saw that electrolysis is the main pathway for the production and scale-up of green hydrogen production because of the highest technology matureness and the current highest efficiency of green hydrogen production. Concerning availability, there is expected to be an abundant renewable electricity production by 2040, but electrolyzer capacity may be a limiting factor for the production of green hydrogen. And concerning sustainability, as we might already know, the use of green hydrogen in shipping has a very high potential for the reduction of life cycle greenhouse gas emissions. Also, the air pollutions can be reduced significantly, which is beneficial in and around ports. But attention is needed if the sector wants to scale up green hydrogen production with respect to the land use and the use of critical minerals. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Julius, for this overview where we are in terms of the first block, which is the analysis of the different production pathways, and then, of course, the issue of availability, scalability, and sustainability, where there is a bottleneck identified in the electrolyzer production capacity. Any comments or questions at this stage? I have in the chat a question. Very interesting and informative presentations. As regards to the last presentation on hydrogen study, how will geological hydrogen use, so-called white hydrogen, will be considered and integrated within the life cycle scope sustainability criteria? So white hydrogen, the geologically available hydrogen, white hydrogen. Julius?
Interesting question. I have to admit that white hydrogen has come up for the first time now, because this is, of course, no production technique if this is geological. So I have to, maybe my colleagues can help me here. Maybe Rainier was a colleague who is online here.
Yes, I can help you. Not sure if you can hear me, but
we can hear you.
Yeah, okay. I also put it in the chat. So we didn't indeed look at white hydrogen. It's a very new development. So I think just now research is being started up on that, on getting it out of the ground. So there are apparently yet undiscovered sources of hydrogen below the surface, but the volumes of the resources are still unknown, and also the risk of hydrogen leakage is, I think, still unknown. And that's of course important to study because of its indirect greenhouse gas impact. But we haven't studied it in our report, so we cannot say anything more about it.
Thank you. Of course, René, you want to add something?
Yeah, I was just supporting him in the view. It was not part of the scope when we looked into the use of hydrogen. It came up during the project here. The uncertainty is clear. It is how much leaks do you have of hydrogen? It is an indirect greenhouse gas, so it is a concern that needs to be followed up on.
I have the Netherlands, please.
Thank you very much, and also thanks to the previous person who asked a question, because I had to look it up. What is white hydrogen? I learned something new today, that this exists. My question was actually on the presentation and on the conclusion that electrolyzer capacity can be a limiting factor in the use of green hydrogen. Do you think that this is, let's say, a bottleneck, or is it that when there is increased demand for either pure hydrogen or other hydrogen-based fuels from, for example, the shipping sector or other sectors, that the market will provide in additional electrolyzers? I mean, is there let's say, a physical limit to the number of electrolyzers that can be installed in your presentation by 2040, yeah, which was the year where you looked at?
So what we looked into is indeed the current and planned developments around electrolyzer capacity. So there might be indeed some new project coming up, but development is also something which needs to be planned way ahead, because there is a huge amount of renewable electricity input needed for that. So it is not only the electrolyzer, but it is the whole system which needs to be developed there, which can take several years. And on the physical limits, I'm not very sure. Maybe Reinier, you can add on that, if you're still there.
Yes. With physical limits, you mean the dimensions of a single unit, or the total capacity, Julius?
No, my question was whether there is some kind of a limit that, I mean, you identified that electrolyzer capacity is a constraining factor in producing green hydrogen and other green fuels when you want to power the shipping sector. Now, is there another reason for this being a limit, another reason than insufficient demand from the shipping sector? If there would be a policy that requires the whole shipping sector to use zero GHG fuels by 2040, would the market then respond by putting up more electrolyzers so that it's no longer a limiting factor? Or is this really something that we need to worry about, that there is insufficient electrolyzer capacity?
Yeah, thank you for your question. Well, a very important factor is, of course, the economics, so the costs of hydrogen, and that will be presented later on, if I'm correct. So a main issue with the development of electrolyzers for investors, for companies who invest in electrolyzer capacity, they have uncertainties on policies, but also on the extent to which the costs can be reduced of the electrolyzers themselves, and on the prices of green electricity, and with that on the eventual green hydrogen prices, green hydrogen costs. So there's a limit there, or uncertainty there, and without sufficient investment certainty, companies will be reluctant to boost the investment in also factories for electrolyzers. And another limitation may be the availability of workforce and of materials also. So there's also some logistical and implementation barriers that limit the development speed of electrolyzer capacity. So, and that is also behind the estimations of the market with regard to the development speed of electrolyzer capacity.
Thank you very much. I take another question here in the room, Finland.
So now it's on. Thank you, and good morning to all. I was surprised to hear in the presentation about the need for pilot fuel for burning hydrogen, because I have understood hydrogen ignites very easy and burns fast. Can we have an explanation for that? Thank you.
Thank you. Indeed, the techniques are part of the next presentation, so René can elaborate on that. But in brief, there are currently dual-fuel hydrogen combustion engines which need a pilot fuel. These are in a later development stage, so more mature than 100% hydrogen internal combustion engines who don't need indeed a pilot fuel. Do you have to add anything on that?
Yeah, I can add that if you're burning hydrogen in an engine, then the CT number is very low for hydrogen, and that's the fuel's ability to self-ignite. But so you need a little bit of energy, but the amount of energy is very small. So you can use pilot fuel, but you can also use other sources for ignition of hydrogen. We see on those engines which is coming out using the Otto cycle that they're controlling the combustion by adding more pilot fuel. So the pilot fuel is not only for ignition of the hydrogen itself, it's also for controlling the combustion. Because when you're burning hydrogen in an engine, the heat release is very quick, and that gives very high peak pressures. It gives also peak temperatures in the combustion chamber. So you can dampen that by adding more pilot fuel.
Riccardo?
Thank you. Yeah, on this constraint topic, indeed what we have witnessed and the reports we have is on constraint in terms of engineering, procurement, and contracting construction capability. So meaning being able to have the means to deploy projects. Of course, having the investment decision is one angle, but of course also having the capacity to develop all the steps necessary to have the projects in place. But I have a question. I've seen the data presented is 2021 related to the impact assessment also on the FuelEU, but since then, and this is of course a very very intense and dense moment at political level where a lot of announcements have been made, but also concrete steps have been taken. The US has the Industry Act, in Europe the Net Zero Industry Act as well. We have, in terms of prospects for hydrogen production, completely different than 2021. We have already a substantial amount of concrete support measures for green hydrogen production. Is there a way to or is this been taken into account, or is the potential for this current framework another one? In FuelEU, there is incentives for RFNBOs, and in RED, there has been a revision of RED. So is this considered in the equation? Because when I look at the electrolyzer capacity, I'm also a bit well, disappointed with not disappointed, but because then I read the source, and then I'm a bit more optimistic. But is there a way of updating this? Because I don't think this reflects current reality. Thanks.
Right, thank you. So what we looked at is current developments, which are indeed a lot, especially in the last several years. There has been a huge increase of these projects, which are supported by, of course, for example, FuelEU. So to take away a bit of the discouragement, maybe there is in the pipeline, there are a lot of projects being developed, and almost some are in use. But we looked at how it is with current policies, and there are no direct policies for the development of electrolyzer plants. So under this current and expected market and policy framework for the producers, for the developers, the investors of electrolyzers, it is still remaining uncertain situation for the investment in this. So indeed, with some pilot projects and with some support there's going to be a significant increase. That has to be said, indeed. But yeah, maybe not enough yet. And also, it's of course the question whether the entire fleet will be running on hydrogen. But we will come back on that point, of course, in later presentations as well. So this is just to to give a comparison on a broad scale. And of course, most promising will be a mix of different alternative fuels.
Sergio, please.
Yeah, thank you, Manuela. And on this topic of the electrolyzers, which is one of the key issues that we identified in the study, and I think that we also analyze a number of mitigating factors for increasing the capacity. The announced capacity will be not enough at the moment, but I don't know. You can say a few words about increasing the efficiency of the electrolyzers. I think in our study we mentioned that there is still room to increase the capacity by 2-3 times of the electrolyzers using solid oxide electrolyzers that have a better efficiency can help, and of course connecting the electrolyzers to the grid to have to use the electrolyzers at high load all the time. Of course, that will imply that the hydrogen that is produced will not be completely green, but I don't know, maybe all these mitigating factors can help diminishing this shortage that is expected by 2040.
Thank you, Sergio, also for showing that it's not a static picture. It's an evolving picture, and as I said, the uptake is happening now. So what is now is not what is going to be in the very near future. So it's really a moving target in this moment. I have still in the chat Will the electrolyzer shortage affect the price of fuel cells since it is close to the same technology?
Ranier, I think you dived into this topic. Can you comment?
The question is about the price of the fuel cells in relation to the electrolyzers. Yeah, I think fuel cells are being developed for a lot of different applications. It's a similar technology, but it's not exactly the same as an electrolyzer. As far as I know, the cost reduction due to the upscale of production of fuel cells is relatively independent of the cost reduction that are expected for electrolyzers. So the production volumes of fuel cells they are at the moment higher, I believe, than for electrolyzers. And so there is some interrelation, but it's not very closely related as far as I know.
Thank you. And then we have a final question, but I think we will go back on that at a later moment in the day. Was the cost of hydrogen fuel also evaluated? Euros per kilowatt hour? Maybe, René, you can anticipate and answer to this.
I think it's been presented later. We have made a total cost of ownership evaluation of the use of hydrogen on board ship for different configuration. And this will be presented by Julius. So, yeah.
As I said at the beginning, the study is quite comprehensive. So also this economic element will be presented later in the day. Are there any more questions at this stage for this first introduction? Focus more on the production and the availability and scalability. If it's not the case, we break for coffee right now, and we will reconvene at 11:45 Lisbon time. So please translate in the time of where you are connecting. 11:45 Lisbon time. Thank you and see you soon. For all of you, coffee is available upstairs. Go and refill your batteries as well. Welcome back to the second part of this workshop, where we will continue to dig into the study on hydrogen, continuing therefore to look at the study and at the same time to have some experience sharing from first movers that are already focusing on this fuel. And that's why I would like to invite Diogo Almeida from GALP to provide the participants with the perspective of a fuel supplier, hydrogen producer. So, Diogo, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. I will go very briefly on who GALP is. We are an energy integrated company. We have in our portfolio products on all types of energy products. We have from oil, gas to low carbon fuels and electricity. We have activity in upstream, industrial, trading, commercial, and also on renewables and new businesses. Looking at our hydrogen value chain strategy, we have 4 pillars in our strategy. The first one, the gray to green, is where we've started our development. We have recently announced the 100 megawatt electrolyzer for our refinery in southern Portugal, in Sines, with an FID. It's the second largest FID in Europe for such a project. And we expect to fully decarbonize the hydrogen in our refinery until the end of the decade, which will be roughly 600 megawatts of electrolysis capacity. The second pillar in our strategy, which is the one with a larger link to the discussion we're having here today, is on maritime and aviation fuels. We know that in our own portfolio, more than half our products will be directly electrified in the coming decades, especially in light-duty mobility and also in residential and commercial uses. But we also know that several sectors are hard-to-abate sectors, and the maritime transportation sector is clearly one of them. And so we are looking at the next generation of bunkering fuels to help our clients decarbonize their own activities. Then we also develop strategies for direct use in mobility for road and also in hard-to-abate sectors in industry, as is the case of cement, steel, glass, but out of the scope of today's session. We have activity, bunkering activity in Portugal, Spain, Cape Verde, and Guinea-Bissau. In Portugal, we supply more than 90% of the bunkering fuel, so clearly the market leader. Going straight into the point of this discussion, we know that regulation is pushing for lower emissions. In the shipping industry, we've shifted from a focus on sulfur to a focus on carbon, which is a major change in the past 10 years. And today we have both on an European scale, but also on a global scale, through IMO, significant reduction targets, either on intensity or on absolute emissions. And this is pushing the whole industry through this transformation. Let me tell you that I'm heading business development for all the projects in hydrogen, HVO and e-fuels at GALP, and I can tell that this is the most challenging sector of them all, given the uncertainty around the technology to promote this change. In all other sectors, it's much clearer which products and solutions we will have to do this. In here we have extremely uncertain challenges, especially from a technological point of view, on the production side, but on the vessel side, and this is something we've been looking at and trying to help the sector moving forward. I brought this this diagram from Maersk McKinney Moller Center for Zero Carbon Shipping because I think it clearly shows the different routes we have to promote this decarbonization. We have mainly 3 large blocks. The first one on biomass. It's clearly the one already available. I can tell you that Galp already has products with biofuels. We have a diesel with FAME and a fuel oil with FAME available for our clients. So this is possible. And we really believe that moving forward, because as we see electrification in road transportation, we'll see a lot of the biofuel available being switched to the maritime transportation pool, and this is a good opportunity to decarbonize the sector, and already available, and clearly the one that we'll have until the end of the decade with more maturity. Then we also have the opportunity to produce blue hydrogen and blue ammonia from natural gas with carbon capture in very specific conditions. Although, as we can also see here, it's the one with lower decarbonization on a well-to-wheel approach. And finally, we have the synthetic fuel route for hydrogen, for ammonia, for methane, for methanol, or even for e-diesel. And although with a lot of challenges, it's the one we believe will, at the end of the day, when by 2040 or 2050, is the one that will be across the border in different uses. When we look at all the challenges we are facing, each one of these products, when compared with the first line that we see here, fully green from fossil fuels, we see that we still have a long way ahead for us to be able to decarbonize the maritime transportation sector. As I said, biofuels are already available, but we also know that we won't have enough feedstocks to fully promote the decarbonization of this sector. And at the same time, many of these feedstocks will compete because they will also be alternative for sustainable aviation fuels, which is a sector most likely able to pay a premium on these feedstocks. So we see these products getting more and more expensive until the end of the decade and going into the 30s. We also see methanol as today either biomethanol, blue methanol, or green methanol as, from a logistical point of view, the easiest solution. When we talk about hydrogen or even ammonia, for me, the most challenging topic we face is that this sector is highly democratic. We have vessels in Rotterdam or in Lisbon, but we have vessels in Lagos, Nigeria. We have vessels in Mogadishu. We have vessels in India, all across the world. And many of the routes our vessels do go through all these ports. So we need solutions that overall can be put into practice in all these places. So I'd say that some of the products will hardly be the solution on a global scale in the short term. That doesn't mean they cannot be a solution for shorter routes or for specific regions. Just highlighting the challenge of using this sort of products in specific locations. So what I can say from a producer and supplier point of view is that we are looking not only at hydrogen, but especially at methanol in the short term, and also at ammonia in the midterm, as long as we have the technology available for the vessels to use it. And we do believe that, although with all the constraints regarding CO2 capture to produce synthetic methanol, this will be a very relevant product for maritime transportation in the short to medium term. In the long term, I think the uncertainty around technology and the role that ammonia or even hydrogen may play as a fuel for boats and vessels will be decisive to understand clearly which one will have a larger share. We know that producing ammonia is easier and cheaper than producing green methanol, but on a life cycle assessment, it's not clear for us which one is the best option in which circumstances. So thank you very much. Available for questions, of course.
Okay. Thank you very much for this presentation. I think that maybe we will take the questions if they are after the following presentation.
Very good.
And now we will call for the port perspective, and I will ask Mr. Tim Verhoeven to give us the example of what is already in place in the port of Antwerp.
Thank you very much. My name is Tim Verhoeven from the Port of Antwerp-Bruges, and I'm delighted to be here and being acknowledged as a first mover in the hydrogen economy. So today I'm going to talk a bit on the project we have at this moment and how it's actually fitting in a broader perspective as a port. So first, let's see. So first, who are we? We are mentioned as the Port of Antwerp-Bruges. It's actually two ports combined. We merged last year, and we are actually located at two locations, in Antwerp, which is 100 kilometers inland, and in Bruges, which is near the North Sea. Just facts and figures right now. We are the biggest chemical cluster in Europe, and the largest car handling port in Europe, and I think we are the second largest bunker hub in Europe. So I think that we are well located to put in this energy transition at this moment. And maybe to come into the project we have at this moment, we actually are expecting our first hydro tug, which is a tugboat which is working on hydrogen, and the official launch is going to be on the 12th of December. So this is actually a scoop for you guys. This is the first tugboat worldwide that will be working on hydrogen. It is a hydrogen tug working with 65 ton of bollard pull. It is actually being developed by the people of CMB Tech, which is also the ship owner of this ship. And the Port of Antwerp will be the first operator, and we will be doing this for the next 10 years. It is a Tier 3 engine, which is actually done by CMB. It's called the Hydro, and it's also a collaboration with EBC, which is an engine manufacturer in Belgium. And we expect 65% of CO2 reduction on the use of it compared with a regular tugboat we're operating right now. As mentioned, at this moment, this is a dual fuel engine, so it's also running with a pilot fuel. But CMB is working hard to actually getting that percentage higher in the next years, and it's still all under development. So maybe you can say, okay, why will we do this as a port? Of course, it's good to be a first mover, but of course, we looked at the impact we have and the things we have to do. So for example, we have our greenhouse gas reduction program, and it states as operations in our ports, as the company itself, we see that almost 90% of our CO2 emissions, our greenhouse gas emissions, are coming from our fleet of boats. We have 20 tugboats, we have some dredging material, and we have some piloting boats as well. And we aim as well to be climate neutral by 2050. So that's the main reason why we're doing this, because at this moment, for us as a tugboat company or the tugboats we operate, we're not obligated to actually go to zero at this in IMO because it's a smaller vessel. That's one thing. So we're working on that pretty hard, and that's not the only thing we're doing with our fleets. We mentioned the hydro tug. At this moment, we are expecting a methanol tug as well. It's also the biofuel, an engine working on methanol, which is actually an existing tugboat we're operating right now, and it's being reconverted to that engine. We have our hybrid patrol vessels. They can completely sail on electricity for a certain period, and we are replacing the current tugboats we have with a more energy efficient tug. There's another scoop we can share with you as well. We ordered also the first electrical tugboats, and it's going to be ready by 2024, which is being developed by Damen Shipyards in the Netherlands. So another scoop for you. Of course, this is our own activities, but of course we want to be ready for the shipping sector as well, because these kind of fuels that we are using in our tugboats will be needed for the shipping sector as well, and we want to be ready to make sure that we can bunker these fuels in our ports. The policy drivers were already mentioned by the people from IMO, European Commission, and the previous speaker as well. So I'm not going to go too deep into this, but of course there is a lot of regulation coming, and you can see that the shipping sector within the next years going to have to take major steps and going to have a big of a back challenge as well. So we want to state ourselves as a port of Antwerp to be actually a hub to provide green electricity for the shipping sector. So maybe I'm gonna explain a bit on how we're gonna do this. So this we have this project called the multi-fuel port, because at this moment we don't see, as nobody can actually, which way it is gonna go, which kind of fuel is gonna be used a lot by the shipping sector. So we have to be ready actually in the next coming years to actually have these fuels in our platform. So we are looking at getting these fuels in our platform. I'm going to go deeper into that a bit later. We also have to make sure that we can actually bunker these fuels safely in our port area. As I already mentioned, we have the biggest chemical cluster in Europe. That means that we have a lot of safety regulations as well in our ports, and we have to make sure that these things can actually happen on a safe manner. We also have to attract and collaborate with the terminals, for example, to make sure that they are well educated on what's going to happen on their terminal, then that it's a possibility on their terminal to bunker certain fuels. And of course, as a port, we want to promote the alternatives by setting incentives, for example, on our port fees, but that's a small part. So maybe going back to how can we actually make sure that we have clean fuels on our platform. This is a really big sketch that explains a lot. On the top you can see the supply over the next coming years. So we already know at this in the port of Antwerp that at this moment in the Flanders region we cannot actually have enough green electricity or green molecules as they call to provide all our chemical departments and chemical companies and also the shipping to get enough of these green fuels in our port. So we actually are working on an import coalition at this moment, and we're making agreements with companies and the regions outside of even Europe to import cheaper hydrogen or hydrogen carriers. We're working on the infrastructure. So at that site, we want to make sure that we have enough the pipelines. We have a connection between Zeebrugge and Antwerp, where in Zeebrugge we can actually get the bigger vessels with gas or liquids, get that to our platform in Antwerp, where we can use it in our chemistry. And of course, this is also a possibility to use as a shipping fuel in the next years. So that's one thing. Going back a bit more to the shipping, we already established a port readiness level tool. It is something that we made together under the umbrella of IAPH, International Association of Ports and Harbors, within the World Port Climate Action Program, where actually is a sort of self-assessment tool to be used by ports to see which kind of fuel we can use already and how far we are from actually using that in our port. And it's actually something that can be used by other ports as well. And it's going to be used by Mission Innovation to actually bring it out in the oven a bit more. I mentioned also risk analysis. We have some experience with implementing LNG in our port area. So actually we looked at the risks, we looked at the locations in our port where it's available and possible to bunker fuels. And at this moment, the next phase is actually working. We're actually making risk analysis for other fuels like hydrogen, methanol, and ammonia. And the people from DMV who are in the room as well, they are doing this for us at this moment. So to set the timeline for the multi-fuel port, we started 2 years ago. We were focused on that moment with LNG, the work we've already done, and copy that for other fuels. We have now the availability of our own tugboats. We have already had some methanol bunkering in our ports. Our tugboats, the hydro tug, is already bunkered 3 times in our port, so we have some experience on that. And the next phase next year is going to be new regulation on safety in our port, looking at licensing process and audits to make sure that bunker providers in our port can do this on a safe level, working together with other ports as well. And we want to be ready by 2025 to actually be ready to bunker fuels in our area. So that's a general overview, short, but thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and I would say both presentations are quite interesting because they are allowing us to touch base on what's happening in the field. And I must say that there are a lot of commonalities in the topics that are handled from different perspectives because again, you see that there is the idea of multi-fuel that is going to be one of the characteristics for the shipping sector. You have, of course, the planning ahead that you need in any case, the risk analysis element, and of course the safety dimension that goes hand in hand with the sustainability dimension. Do we have any questions for Galp or the Port of Antwerp from the chat or from the meeting room with their sharing of experience? If it's not the case, then we move. No, we have something. So for Galp, as you mentioned, the technological uncertainty is a serious risk from the producer-supplier perspective, which is less of a problem in other sectors. Given that the industry keeps on asking for goal-based technology neutrality approaches in the regulatory, aren't the uncertainty risks self-inflicted in that regard? I am wondering if there is anything you would recommend we should be learning from the aviation sector. I understand you also work on aviation fuels too. Galp, the floor is yours. Diogo?
Thank you for the question. I think the landscape evolved differently. And while in the aviation sector, although there are some projects and tests on using hydrogen as a fuel, direct fuel, what that involves in terms of engineering for the plane makes it drop-in fuels as clearly the most feasible solution, at least in the short term. And I think that's also why it evolved that way. We also have those options for maritime transportation. And so we have the biofuels available or even the methanol. What we have is more options than we do for aviation, and that's why we are facing this dilemma. It's a paradox of quantity, let's call it this way. We have too much things to grab on. In the question, I noticed the idea of talking about the agnosticism, the technological agnosticism, and if we shouldn't have someone pointing the solution. I'm not sure, to be honest. I think we are starting to see those answers coming from the industry. So we have large players ordering vessels. These vessels will be around for 20, 30 years. And this is starting to provide some light. We know that methanol will have to be an option. We have large players present here developing solutions for using ammonia. And I'm sure that if they prove technologically viable, they will also be an option. And then we'll end up with different options. I understand that 5 years ago, everyone spoke of LNG. Okay, so the shift was huge for the industry. In 5 years, what seemed like the solution, the holy grail, suddenly is no longer an option because we've moved from sulfur to carbon. And we've moved from having targets in 30 or 40 years to having them in a short while. So I think this was the major problem. What ignited this uncertainty, but I think we should not look at one or two solutions. I think we should look at all of them and use them wisely in each situation. What the Port of Antwerp is doing is great, and it's doing it with hydrogen. Is this replicable all over the world? Maybe not. But I don't think I would switch from what we have here, although with all the uncertainty, to a finger-pointed answer by someone in a room. Okay.
Thank you for a very practical perspective on this issue. If we have no more questions from the chat or the floor, we move to the last presentation before the lunch break. And we have René with us now. Now we look at suitability, regulatory gaps, and certification. So we move on another wide spectrum of topics that are covered in the extensive study that we published. So René, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for the introduction, and thank you for EMSA for giving us the chance to present our result here at this conference. Suitability, when we're looking at liquid hydrogen, then liquid hydrogen was actually stored by NASA in the early 60s. And you look at the barge there, it's a Type C tank, it's vacuum insulated, and it's further added with perlite insulation material in order to keep hydrogen at minus 253 degrees without too much boil of gas. This storage facility is still in use, so we can actually design tank system to contain liquid hydrogen. You've also seen the design here from Kawasaki, Suoso Frontier, and they made the first bunkering of liquid hydrogen back in 2022. So this is where we are with liquid bunkering and both loading and unloading of liquid hydrogen. It's also Type C tanks on this. It's also vacuum insulated, and this is all in order to limit the boil-off rate from the tank system. The boil-off gas that is being generated is being burned in a burner, dedicated burner. So there's not developed actually a reliquefaction system, which you think would be natural for this kind of ship to deal with the boil-off gas. It's also complicated to build a reliquefaction plant, because when you're cooling liquid hydrogen down to minus 253 degrees, then a lot of those gases that can be, or liquids that can be in liquid hydrogen turns into solid ice, and that's both nitrogen, and it can also be argon if there's a little bit of argon. So all this you have to clean in order to make a safe reliquefaction system that is able to deal with the liquid hydrogen. So this is some of the challenges there is in connection with dealing with the liquid hydrogen. You can see here we compared the different fuel types and the volume efficiency when you're storing those fuels under different condition. If you look at hydrogen in a liquid form, then it takes up 4.5 times the volume of marine gas oil. And that is in ideal case. In reality, when you include also the tank shape, insulation, and also the foundation where you're placing it, then it's more likely that it's 6 to 8 times the volume compared to MGO. So these tanks have an impact on ships' business case, simply because it's taking up volume where you could put in cargo. Also, if you look at the pressurized tank system, you design them today from 25 to 700 bar pressure bottles where you contain hydrogen. These are designed in a quite small bottles, and they're stacked together, and that also, so you reduce the volume efficiency. 8 times is in the best case, but in reality it's significantly more. We have some examples in our hazard risk assessment where we're looking at a volume efficiency of 14 times the volume of MGO. So this is some of the issues that is in connection with the storage of liquid hydrogen. Material also comprises some challenges dealing with hydrogen. Hydrogen embrittlement, where you have absorption of hydrogen going into material and remove the ductility of the material, and thereby remove the strength is also a concern that needs to be considered. We have also hydrogen attacks, where actually hydrogen reacts with the carbon in the steel, and it can also generate methane, and the methane pocket can hide in the material, and that's also weakening the materials. These hydrogen attacks occurs when you have temperatures above 200 to 400 degrees. So these are very relevant for those who is designing combustion engines with these high temperatures. Austenitic stainless steel and aluminum alloys is suitable for low temperatures, and we have in the report an overview of all the materials that we can recommend for designing hydrogen equipment, and there's a quite detailed description, including also temperature areas where you can use those materials. If you look at liquid hydrogen, then today we have Type C tanks available. And these are in use already, and there's a nice design, a nice picture below showing those tanks on a ship. Yeah. In the future, we will also expect that we will see also Type B tanks being developed, for hydrogen, and we will see also membrane tanks. We have GTT in France, which is looking into this design. So this is something which is on the way. First of all, those tanks from membrane tanks is probably going to be used for liquid hydrogen carriers. Later on, we could see them being installed in the big container ships, as we have seen for LNG. But it depends on whether we get any hydrogen engines, large bore hydrogen engines available. Storage using other chemicals like liquid organic hydrogen carriers here, where you store the hydrogen in through a chemical process. In example, it could be toluene, and then you include that into the tank system, and then you can deal with the hydrogen in the tank as you deal with a normal oil. So you can keep it in ambient condition. And when you release it, then you're of course only releasing it for hydrogen, but the toluene is staying in the tank system. So you will have that, you need to deal with that on the return basis. There is of course some difficulties with this. There's a consumption of toluene, so this is a little bit of a setback, and the release is also requiring some energy. So there's some losses in this system, but this is foreseen to actually be a quite competitive way to distribute hydrogen in the future, and several studies have shown that it can compete with ammonia on long voyages. We can imagine if we had a two-stroke engine, a large bore two-stroke engine, that this system could actually also be developed on board ship in order to limit the volume it takes up on the ship. Could also turn hydrogen into methane and use this and take out the carbon from the methane before it's been introduced into the engine system. This is a thermocatalytic decomposition solution. Here where with storage is LNG on board the ship, illustrated with the LNG carriers there. And then the LNG goes to a decomposer unit which split methane into hydrogen and solid carbons. The hydrogen goes in a mixture of hydrogen and methane to the engine system. So the engine system needs to be able to burn a blend of hydrogen and methane. Then the solid carbon can be used to building up the infrastructure that we need right now. Depending on the temperature in the decomposing unit, then you can produce different type of carbon black or graphite, nanotubes carbon or graphene, all those components we need in our preparation for the future. We need carbon nanotubes when we are building solar cells. We need black carbon in tires. We need it also in batteries, and and in fuel cells. So there's a lot of areas where we can use these carbons. If you look at the combustion criteria for the use of hydrogen, then it's very easy to ignite. You can blend it with a mixture of air and hydrogen from 4% hydrogen up to 75% hydrogen, and you can still ignite it. And this span is significantly bigger than any other of the fuels we normally use in our engine designs. You can see it's almost 2 times or 3 times bigger span compared to methanol. So there's a good use for hydrogen in a combustion engine. The difficulty is that it's when you burn it, it gives a high heat release. It's difficult to control, and these heat release leads to high peak temperatures, and it leads also to high combustion pressures in the combustion chamber. So you can have an area in the combustion chamber which will have a very high peak temperature compared to other areas, and that maybe kill some of the components. But that's a challenge the engine makers needs to look into. We have tried to look at what is the best way to burn hydrogen in an engine, and there is a low pressure gas injection principle, also called the Otto cycle principle, and then we compared it up using the high pressure gas injection principle. Both of the system will be able to burn hydrogen. If you look at the Otto cycle system, where you are leading the hydrogen to the engine in a mixture with air and gas into the combustion chamber, and then ignite it. Then you pressurize it by lifting the piston and ignite it by either a pilot fuel or by using a spark ignition source of some kind to ignite it. Then the benefit there is that you do not need a big and a costly high supply gas supply system for delivering the gas to the engine. If you are looking at the diesel cycle, where you are injecting hydrogen at high pressure, we talk to engine makers, they expect that 300 injection pressure is required to burn hydrogen in a diesel cycle engine. Then you will need a system to deal with hydrogen and deliver this pressure, 300 bar, to the engine. And either it can be in a cryogenic liquid form, meaning that you need to deal with hydrogen at minus 253 degrees in pumps, in tanks. And that becomes costly. You have issues with icing up of the fuel supply system because of the cold temperatures, and this may also lead to reliability issues. But if you look at efficiencies, we can see that both of them is offering similar efficiencies, similar as we see for using methane, and perhaps they will be slightly higher. We also expect that both of them will be able to meet Tier 2 without any abatement system. In Tier 3 mode, both of the solution will need to adapt a SCR or perhaps an EGR system in order to meet Tier 3. Fuel slip when we are burning hydrogen in an engine, due to its ability to burn the big variation of air and one engine maker which is offering hydrogen engine for the market, and this is ABC engine, and they have been launching this engine and using the Otto cycle combustion principle back in 2020. They can substitute fuel oil with up to 85% hydrogen, and it's able to run up to 100% on this mixture. There is, of course, some challenges when you're using hydrogen in those engines. You can have high combustion or pressures built up in different compartments. You can have a leak to compartments. So these compartment is equipped with pressure relief valves, so you get rid of this pressure in order to protect the engines. That can be in the exhaust, and it can also be the intake air. And then, of course, it's equipped with knocking sensors. That's mandatory for designing a hydrogen engine. And then you have a special design on the piston in order to avoid hotspots, as I mentioned before, that comes from the high heat release. The air delivered to the engine, it's a different air-fuel ratio, so the air intake is also changed in design. If you look at the fuel supply system, as we foresee they could be built for the use of hydrogen, then we have for the high pressure gas supply system there, a similar system which is being offered for the use of LNG in a diesel cycle engine, where you have the liquid hydrogen stored in a Type C tanks, submerged pump delivering to a high pressure pump, and brings it at the correct temperature to the engine system. You need something to deal with the boil-off gas. One thing could be a reliquefaction plant which already mentioned that this can be challenging. You can also maybe equipped with boil-off gas compressors, but definitely not boil-off compressors that is delivering gas at 300 bar. The energy for that will be significant, and they will be quite costly. So that's more or less a no-go. It should be to an Otto-cycle genset engine with a low pressure supply requirement. If you look at the low pressure gas injection principle, where you have a requirement to the supply pressure.
René, sorry, there were some problems because there was some switching of, I don't know, of channels or whatever, so they have missed the last 5 minutes of your presentation. So if you don't mind, maybe to start again commenting this slide, if you don't mind.
So 5 minutes?
I would start from here, from the burning, because we know that we had the questions from Finland also about it.
We have compared using hydrogen in the Otto cycle engine with using hydrogen in the diesel cycle combustion process, and we compared it up against the use of methane gas in the same combustion principle. And one advantage for the low pressure gas injection principle is that the supply pressure can be reduced to just 3 to 16 bar depending on actual engine design. So the cost for delivering gas to the engine is limited in the Otto principle. In the Otto principle, air and hydrogen is being mixed prior to compression and ignition in the combustion chamber. And for ignition, you can use either spark or you can use a pilot fuel. As mentioned also during the discussion, this pilot fuel can also be a way to control the instability in the combustion. So it can also be dampening the max peak pressures. Meeting NOx requirement using hydrogen in Tier 2 mode, you can meet it by engine tuning is the expectation, both for Otto cycle but also for diesel cycle. In Tier 3 mode, it is expected that both type is going to have an abatement system, and this could eventually be an SCR system, which is applied in the exhaust gas system. Fuel slip for burning hydrogen, either Otto or diesel cycle, is not expected to be of any problem, simply because of the fuel's ability to burn. It's a right span where you're mixing hydrogen and air, where you can actually ignite it. So, and then you have a high heat release. Therefore, we don't expect any significant fuel slip from any of the combustion principle. Load response, it is definitely unchanged for the high pressure gas injection engine, but maybe slightly reduced for the low pressure gas injection principle. But the expectation is that it's similar to fuel oil. We have one engine maker, and this is ABC Engine. They have developed this Otto cycle hydrogen engine a few years back. In 2020, it was launched, and here you can burn with a ratio of 85% hydrogen into the diesel, and it's able to run up to 100% load. It is, in order to deal with the challenges of using hydrogen, it's equipped with explosion relief valves in a different compartment. It can be in the exhaust gas system and in the intake air collectors. For other engine systems, it will probably also be in the exhaust receiver systems and in the Scarcien air boxes. It will be equipped with knocking sensors, or it is equipped with knocking sensor as monitoring if there's too early ignition, too late ignitions. And this is to avoid the cylinder cover lifting of the engine and damaging of the engine itself. Special design on piston is introduced in order to avoid hot spots. Due to the high heat release, it is a concern that hot spots can destroy a component. And then it has a different air fuel ratio, so the air intake requirement has changed on this engine design. If we look at the fuel supply system and how we imagine that this could be made for high pressure gas injection principle, then it's a liquid hydrogen stored in tanks, a submerged pump that is delivering 300 bar hydrogen gas to the engine system. And it requires both low pressure and high pressure, and heat exchanger to control the temperature. Double wall piping system will be required when the pipe goes below deck or into the engine room. And then you're monitoring the outlet if there's any leaks in the hydrogen in either ventilation air or in nitrogen purge. For low pressure gas injection principle, the supply pressure is only 3 to 16 bar. What we have seen on the market is that it is pressure bottles which is being offered for this kind of storage facilities, and they're relatively small, so they are connected in batteries. And for each batteries, there's a TRDC, a thermal pressure reduction device, which is relieving the pressure from the bottles if the temperature goes up. These bottles is normally made by composite materials, and they do not resist high temperatures there. One thing I need to mention here also for the low pressure gas system is that for small size bottles, then you are emptying the bottles onto the supply pressure requirement of the engine. And if this is, let's say, 5 bar, then there will be remain of pressure in the bottles when you start to fill it up. If we imagine that this was offered for bigger engine system where, let's say, the hydrogen capacity is much larger, then it's recommended to add a bottle emptier or compressor to empty the bottles and deliver those this last remaining hydrogen to the engine system. But for small size engine system, which we see now, we don't see that being built into the system. Fuel cells is another way to use hydrogen, and we have seen both the PEM fuel cells and we have also seen the solid oxide fuel cells coming into the market. And there's a efficiency of 50 to 60% using those fuel cells for using hydrogen. There's also other types of fuel cells out there, alkaline fuel cells, for example, molten carbonate fuel cells. Those we do not see being implemented in the shipping market. We see mainly PEM fuel cells at the moment, and then we expect also the solid oxide fuel cells to come in the future. One concern using fuel cells, the benefit is, of course, that you do not emit any emission when turning hydrogen into electricity. One concern is hydrogen slip in the fuel cell. We have seen examples of that slip can be quite significant, in some cases up to 5, perhaps also up to 10% hydrogen. So this is really a concern that needs to be considered when looking into this kind of installation on board ships. For new installation and for measurement, we see very low slip, but it is a concern for older installation especially. If you look at the regulatory overview, then we have been looking at all those mentioned there. There's quite a substantial amount of standards and regulatory work we have been looking into. This is all described in our report. Each of them is going through point by point and evaluated in relation to the use of hydrogen as a fuel. We have also looked at regional and national regulation, and those we have selected there is from European Union, United States, Canada, China, Japan, and South Korea. Those have all target to introduce hydrogen as a fuel, so therefore we have been looking at those first of all. There could also be others in the market which is developing their own regulation, but those we have decided not to include. We have decided to focus on those that are in the marine areas and are dominating. If you look at ISO, and then we found that there's definitely a need here for the ISO standard to develop standard for couplings and bunkering of hydrogen as a fuel. This is not started. We see now the first ships we saw here from Antwerp. The first one is coming out. It's let's say it's not so critical for hydrogen because it's first of all being used in short shipping and not in ocean-going shipping. If it's ocean-going shipping where you're bunkering a different location, it's more urgent to have a standard for couplings and bunkering procedure. If it's more local operation in ports, then the urgency is may not at the same level as it would be for seagoing condition. Tank to wake emission factors here shown from the MEPC. It's as you can see there, it's the tank to wake is not included. There's no provision for hydrogen. This needs to be developed. Those who are selecting hydrogen as a fuel, they cannot find a carbon factor. So this is something that we all need to work on to complete. We have made a gap analysis where we have looked into more than 90 different standards regulation and compare up against the use of hydrogen to see if there is a need for change and improvement on those regulation. And we found that a little more than 60 improvement is needed, and some of them is listed there. There's no standard there for bunkering. For the bunkering nodes, there's no standard for fuel sampling and use of hydrogen. This is something that needs to be developed. As mentioned, there's no bunker guidance, there's no standard for the fuel hydrogen, and there's also when you have a mixture of LNG and hydrogen, there also needs to be developed a bunker node standard. And if you look at ESM code, there's also improvement to be made there. We can have also for the use of hydrogen, there's fugitive emissions. There's also emission related to operational issues that when you are purging the system that you emit, and hydrogen is a greenhouse gas. So this consideration has also to be implemented into the regulation in order to cope with those, so we are not making any more damage than necessary. Thank you.
Dear René, thank you very much for this comprehensive overview. It's now time to take any questions if we have from the room or the chat. I mean, we have some. Let me go back because there was already one before. Then that it was about. Let me see. It was about. Please, Frederic, read yourself because I have a lot of people that joined, so I can't find them now.
So the first question is: do you see?
The first question is: do you see hydrogen sleep at the fuel cell or at the fuel cell module?
The question is if I see the hydrogen slip in the fuel cell or in the fuel cell molecule. I have no idea about this, where it's happened. But it's definitely something that needs to be monitored independent of where it comes from. Hydrogen is a small molecule, and it can escape through sealings, through membranes over time. So it's something that has to be monitored very, very careful. For a new installation, which is just being tested using, let's say, helium, after a while, we can see that the sealing is not getting better over time. So sealings is a concern there in related to release of hydrogen leaks.
There is another question. What is the energy conversion cost in the transport process for liquid organic hydrogen carriers, percentage-wise of the calorimetric energy of H2?
Yeah. This we have not looked into, but there's, as far as I remember, there's a study from RENA where they have compared the transportation of liquid hydrogen up against ammonia and LOHC. And on the longer run, you see that liquid hydrogen is able to compete with transportation on ammonia for the same cost on a longer journey. A very short journey, it's more feasible to transport as liquid hydrogen. And in the meantime, it's ammonia which is the clear winner. In terms of cost, we have not looked into the actual cost.
What is the GWP of hydrogen in a 100-year window? It's becoming a quiz now, René.
Yeah. Do you know this? I don't think that is clear. Maybe Jasper can support here. He looks like he has the answer. Yeah.
It was because when you mentioned it, René, I was Googling it and I found a review article published this year that says there's still some uncertainty about it, but they propose a GWP over 100-year period of 8 plus or minus 2.
Yeah.
So between 6 and 10.
I think we have in the report there's mentioned 3 studies looking into this, and it's between 3.6 to 11. So it's somewhere in between there.
Yeah, it's actually something that we wanted to include in this study. There is not much information. It was difficult to find exactly for the hydrogen what is the greenhouse gas impact, and then we quantify between 3 to 11.
Yeah.
But of course, there is still a need to do some more research and to have a clear understanding of what is the actual global warming potential of hydrogen. Yes.
I think if you look at the IPCC, I think it's my memory says it's 5.5 times more potent than CO2.
Is there any limitation in blending hydrogen with LNG in 2-stroke and 4-stroke engines from NOC?
I think today there is not many engine makers which is offering to blend in hydrogen in methane. We have Wärtsilä, which have engines out there with a blend. I think it's up to 25%. We have recently done a study together with Wärtsilä and Rotoboost where we're looking at blending up to 50%. And that seems also feasible on paper, but it's not yet tested. And I think also Fernando here from MAN will explain that their engine, it's also possible to blend in hydrogen into the methane flow. The problem with that is the injectors. The volume of hydrogen is significantly bigger than LNG, so you need to modify those in order to cope with both a low amount of volume amount of gas compared to the high volume amount of hydrogen.
And on the same line, there is a question about, where is it now? Blending with methane. Where is it? There was another question here. To carry hydrogen, is it better to liquefy hydrogen and carry it, or carry it as ammonia and then crack the ammonia?
It depends on the distance you're transporting. So if it's short distance, then it's more feasible to transport as a liquid hydrogen. When you're transporting hydrogen, there's a significant amount of boil-off gas, and you need a lot of energy to liquefy it again and return it back to the tank system, or eventually burn it. It's between 1 to 5% of the energy per day which is being boil-offed, so it's significant. And if you have a long trade, then if you lose 1% per day, it's 20% of 20 days. It's 20% of the energy which is disappear, and then it becomes more feasible to use and turn it into ammonia and transport it as ammonia. But nowadays, you will say also for ammonia, you can use that directly in engine system. This is coming out, and that maybe change actually the voyage time to the shorter level for ammonia.
Thank you very much, René. There is clearly a lot of interest and a lot of questions, and of course, this is just the first digging in the study. If there is no other comment, question on the chat or in the room, we move for the last presentation of the morning before the lunch break. Again, it's a sharing experience, and this time from the perspective of an engine manufacturer. We have here Fernando Marcos from MAN Energy Solutions in Spain and Portugal. And here we are going to get an overview from the perspective of an engine manufacturer. Fernando, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. My name is Fernando Marcos. I'm representing MAN Energy Solutions. So I have already prepared a presentation, but I think I will take some of the questions already raised during this workshop, because in order to put some light also on that. So I would like to start first with a summary of the solutions that we have in the complete value chain of the hydrogen. So in the production side, maybe it's not the topic of today, but on the production side, we produce our own electrolyzers, different sizes, also in container solutions. We have solutions also for storing liquid hydrogen on board. And we have also partnerships with companies like Hydrogenius. This is a company that owns the technology for liquid organic hydrogen carriers. And we cooperate with this company as a component supplier. So we can supply the steam generator or some reactors that are needed in order to release and to charge hydrogen in these compounds. And finally, as an engine maker, we have engines running today on some mixture of hydrogen. And we do not produce fuel cells, but we do some engineering and supply what we call power packs based on fuel cells from other makers. So let's start with the storage. So we, in the past, we design, engineering and produce these tanks. We have a reference. Nowadays, we only support the industry with our knowledge, engineering and consultancy support to customers. So this is a real more or less picture of our solution. It's a tank, a C-type tank, so with a double wall, with insulated with perlite and vacuum insulated. We supply the tank and the tank connection space. So it's the space where the liquid hydrogen is vaporized. One feature of this tank is that it can be used, it has a dual use, so it can be used for either LNG or hydrogen. So this tank will help to introduce LNG, liquid hydrogen in the industry. So you can start with LNG and in the future switch over to hydrogen. The tank is designed according to the IGF code, so it's able to maintain the cargo, controlling the pressure for 15 days. And as I said, we delivered to a confidential customer, so we got the approval for a JOIS register, and we have an approval in principle for that. Yeah, Rene already mentioned, so this is our, here we have the physics of the hydrogen compared with the LNG in order to understand how challenging it is to design a hydrogen engine. So first of all, we have what we call the methane number, and then you can see how different are natural gas and hydrogen. So natural gas is extremely resistant to knocking, so that's why natural gas has a value of 100. And on the other hand, we have hydrogen that is very, let's say, it has no resistance at all to knocking. So this will pose some problem in the designing of the engine. The energy density, so that means that we have less joules or energy per liquid per unit of volume, and this will require some design of the components and make it bigger. And then regarding flammability limits, they are really wide, as already mentioned before. So, but this is a good thing because we can work with a higher airfoil ratios, or lambda. And by playing with the lambda, we can tune the engine and reduce NOx, improve the efficiency, and also increase the power. And then regarding the minimum ignition energy and laminar flame speed, they are really challenging. So this will make us to design sophisticated combustion control systems in order to control very precisely the combustion that is taking place inside the engine. Also, these two, the physics of the hydrogen will put challenge on the design of the combustion chamber, all the fuel lube oil system, and the cooling of the combustion chamber in order to remove hot spots that will create an ignition when we do not want to have it. And last but not least, we already mentioned embrittlement, so they will put some challenge on those components that are directly in contact with hydrogen, like valve, pistons, liners, and cylinder heads. Yeah, so with this slide, I will address one of the questions from Finland, I believe. So these are, in this slide, we have 3 schematics, and this is the way we bring hydrogen into an engine. And also in this slide, we present how we burn the hydrogen when the hydrogen is inside the engine. So we use, first of all these schematics are dual fuel engines. So that means that are engines that are able to burn diesel and hydrogen or another alternative fuel. So we have to look at the blue color in this schematic. So we in the left side, in the left-hand side, we have what we call port fuel injection. So that means that we inject the hydrogen in the air intake pipe. So that means that when the engine is breathing, it's sucking air, the engine is sucking air and hydrogen. The thing now is that we need to compress this. And we need to compress carefully in order to avoid an ignition when it's not desired. So we compress, and when we reach the upper part, with the final of the compression, we need to ignite. And for igniting this mixture, then we need the pilot fuel. We need pilot fuel, or we can develop also an engine that is not running on pilot fuel. It's running with a spark plug. So in this case, it's not necessary to burn a pilot. So we can use both, or pilot fuel as an ignition source, or a spark plug. The second concept is in the first one, we call a port fuel injection. So the pressure that we inject the hydrogen in the engine is a very low pressure, maybe 5-6 bar. In the middle, we have what we call low pressure direct injection. We call direct injection because now we are injecting the hydrogen into the combustion chamber at a lower pressure, a bit higher than in the previous concept, and we follow the same process, an Otto cycle. And finally, the last concept is what we call high pressure direct injection, and this is more demanding in terms of pressure. We need to inject into the combustion chamber the hydrogen at a higher pressure, and with this concept, the engine will run on a diesel cycle instead of an Otto cycle. Well, this is what we have today. So what is released today is an engine able to run on a mix of LNG and 25% volume of hydrogen. This engine is running on an Otto cycle with this port fuel injection concept. We supply the LNG, the hydrogen at between 6 and 9 bar. And with this engine, we measure CO2 reductions of 9%. This is not released, this is a concept study that we are considering to burn a mix of marine gas oil and hydrogen. And we are analyzing what are the suitable mix of these proportions of these two fuels. So we will use the port fuel injection as well, low pressure hydrogen, and we estimate that we will reduce CO2 by 27%. We have already, as a MAN group, an engine. It's a high-speed engine running with this concept. So this small engine of only 749 kilowatt at 2100 RPMs is able to run in a mix of hydrogen and a conventional fuel, marine gas oil. And well, the reductions of CO2 is depending on the operational profile, the operating points of the engines on average, around 60%. And finally, what we are now currently working on is a 100% hydrogen engine. For this concept, what we are considering is a high pressure direct injection concept. And we will ignite with a pilot fuel, and this engine will be also a dual fuel engine, so it will be able to run on conventional fuel. For this purpose, for the designing of this engine, we have made a consortium with well-known partners in the industry. And our target is to design or set the right technologies for the injection combustion controls, and also with the frame of safety, emissions, and efficiency. This is a press release from this in October this year, and this is the name of the project. Yeah, as I said early in my presentation, we also try to promote the use of support those early adopters of hydrogen with these solutions based on fuel cells. So we have engineered a container that we fill with fuel cells from other makers. In this case, around 16 fuel cells and modules, and a complete container of 40 feet dimensions is able to deliver around 3 megawatt electric. And this is my last slide. And regarding two-stroke engines, we currently we are not considering to develop a hydrogen two-stroke engine. The reason for that is because a two-stroke engine is basically installed in bulkers, tankers, and containers, and in those ships, the cargo capacity is really important. So we see that maybe ammonia or methanol will be more suitable for this kind of ships. But anyway, we have already tested our MEGI engine, and we believe that this engine running on high pressure direct injection in diesel cycle is the right technology. So we will keep doing some test of hydrogen in this engine, and keeping an eye on what is going on in the market, and so how maybe these liquid organic hydrogen carriers develop, or maybe pre-combustion technologies also develop, because we believe this will support the development of two-stroke engines as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Fernando, for sharing this hands-on experience, what already is there, and what is planned, also with a forward-looking perspective through research that is ongoing and involves different partners. Any questions for Man in the chat or? Yes, we have one question. What is the risk of crankcase explosion when using hydrogen as fuel?
Well, this risk is already considered in our safety concept, for instance, for LNG, dual fuel LNG engines. So the crankcase is equipped with a fan that is sucking the air in the crankcase, and is just by sucking the air into the crankcase, we avoid the risk of any explosion within the crankcase.
Again, the safety dimension goes hand in hand with the sustainable dimension. Any more questions for our guest that provided the perspective of an engine manufacturer? If it's not the case, we break now for lunch. We've been pretty good, notwithstanding the interaction. We are almost on schedule, which is a positive signal for all of us. So we will break now for lunch, and we will reconvene at 14:15 Lisbon time. 14:15 Lisbon time. It's time now that you get some fuel for your body then, and I will see you at 14:15. There is a buffet lunch upstairs, so we are efficient. You will still have time for a bit of fresh air, but in the main atrium there will be food for all of you.
kunne godt beholde den, når han hvis det.
Nej, men det er slet ikke det. Nu er det noget andet. Nu har jeg en desperat mand fra noget, der hedder et firma, der hedder AS Scan, der laver at vide, hvad det koster at lave en tegningsgodkendelse på og godkende sådan et styremaskine-kontrolsystem.
Skal vi sige 5 timer?
5 timer?
Ja. Altså, det er bare planeplulle, ikke?
Jo,
på det elektriske, ikke? Altså,
det er kun planeplulle på det elektriske.
Ja.
5 timer.
So good afternoon to all, and welcome back to this second part of the first day of our workshop, where we still focus on hydrogen as a matter of fact. And now we move to another dimension that has been analyzed in the study, and it's the cost analysis. The approach is always the same, trying also to build a case for the use of this fuel. And I will therefore give the floor to CDF as part of the consortium to present exactly the elements related to the cost analysis that we have in the study. And we have Julius Kirali that will provide the presentation to all of us. So Julius, the floor is yours.
Switch this up. Thank you for the words, Manuela. As introduced, I'll be presenting now the overview of the cost analysis which we performed in the study. And the aim is to give a sense of what the relative cost of the application of hydrogen in shipping is compared to conventional fuels. And I invite you to look into the details in the report, because there are some assumptions there which may or may not apply to specific cases or specific regions. First, I will go through the scope of the cost analysis and the method we applied. Then I will walk through some analysis inputs concerning the costs, and I will elaborate on the results we found. And we conclude with an example of a Ro-Ro cargo vessel. The scope of the analysis of cost here was a total cost of ownership analysis for hydrogen-powered ships. That means all cost elements which are relevant for the use of hydrogen in shipping are considered. Some cost elements may be equal for both fuel oil systems and hydrogen systems, and then in the quantification the difference is of course zero. But I want to state that all relevant cost components we looked into in the analysis, and for most we could find data, luckily. We looked at the CAPEX, the capital expenditure, and the OPEX, the operational expenditure, expressed in a yearly cost at the ship level. So some cost may not necessarily be for the ship owner, but for the operator, but in this analysis that is irrelevant. All costs considered for the operation and the ownership of the vessel. The scope is on new build hydrogen vessels, because it was very difficult to get solid data on retrofitting. We have some in the report, but it's for very specific cases. And we looked to the years 2030 and 50. We considered green hydrogen and blue hydrogen in liquefied form. And for the fuel costs, I will come back to that point later. We followed a ammonia transport pathway, because that is the most cost-effective way of transporting hydrogen and then reconversing again at the bunkering sites. As in the previous presentations mentioned, we have a limitation on the energy density and the amount of energy one can transport and store on a vessel is limited compared to conventional fuels, and therefore we applied in the cost analysis the scope only to coastal vessels because they operate on short and medium distances. And the vessel parameters are taken from the IMO fleet data. Here the overview, different relevant cost inputs, then applied to the vessel parameters, and then the total cost of ownership analysis, the yearly capex and the yearly opex, comparing to the yearly capex and opex of the reference vessels, which means the reference is the use of very low sulfur fuel oil, and the result is then the difference in total cost of ownership expressed in the percentage for a year of owning and operating the vessel. When looking at capex, we have the following inputs: the cost for propulsion systems, internal combustion systems, and fuel cells we looked at. Then the storage cost on board, the onboard storage of the hydrogen fuel, and the fuel supply system cost. On the operational expenditures, we have the fuel cost, which is the main cost item in the whole picture. The maintenance cost and bunkering cost. And bunkering cost is closely related to fuel cost, of course, but the bunkering cost is the cost which is paid for the infrastructure and for the bunker barge for the delivery, and especially relevant here because additional infrastructure and specialized infrastructure is needed for the bunkering of hydrogen imports. Here are some figures on the input data and assumptions we have for the analysis. We state that a vessel is operating for 25 years, the lifetime, and the engine system costs are currently, as you can see in the picture below on the left, for hydrogen, internal combustion systems are about 2 to 3 times higher, depending on the size. So if from the industry manufacturers we received cost data, and over time this will decrease about, well, estimations are about 20% to 2030, and then from 2030 again to 2050. And the actual cost also depend very much on the size of the engine installed. So the higher the total amount of wattage, the lower per kilowatt cost. On the right-hand side, the cost input for the fuel cell systems. The fuel cell system need also an electric motor for the conversion of electric current to propulsion power that we see on the right-hand side below. The costs are also expected to decrease over time. And for peak loads, especially for maneuvering in harbors or at harsh weather conditions at sea, an additional battery pack is needed to handle the peak loads in addition to the fuel cell propulsion system. And the costs here are displayed also with the battery pack and the system of the battery pack. Then the fuel cost. This is, of course, the most important, as in the total cost of ownership, fuel cost can be 80 to 90% of the total cost. We applied a low and high fuel cost estimation from several resources and also from modeling for green hydrogen production and the subsequent development of cost over time. In blue, we see very low sulfur fuel oil, the reference fuel, with a carbon cost in 2030 and 50. And for the analysis, we had to take, of course, a point estimate, which follows the guidelines from the impact assessment of ETS. But as we see now in practice, the carbon cost can be very different, already higher than expected in 2030. So the picture might be different in the year 2030. Biodiesel is listed as the pilot fuel, which is only a few percentage if used in internal combustion engines. And then, of course, the green liquefied hydrogen cost. These are currently about 5 times higher than the reference fuel oil at the moment, also because there's no mass-scale production of green hydrogen, and is expected to decrease over time, significantly in relative terms, but we can see on the parts which consider the year 2030 and 2050, this might not close the gap with very low sulfur fuel oil. Blue hydrogen was also considered here to get an idea how far and how different the costs are for the application and the use of blue hydrogen. And blue hydrogen is here produced using natural gas and captured and stored, which is making the blue hydrogen blue. And currently twice as expensive as the fuel oil reference, and is expected along the increasing gas prices also to be more expensive in the future. Summarizing, when looking at the years 2030 and 2050, we can see that the cost gap for the fuel cost is not being closed, as we currently can expect, even if a carbon cost is applied to the fossil fuel. But, of course, all these estimations are subject to uncertainty, so one cannot state very firmly what will happen with the exact prices in, let's say, 20, 30 years. But, of course, they give a picture of what would be the status now in what we can expect at least, which range we can expect at least in the coming decade. Pardon. So here we have a figure which is presenting the additional yearly total cost of ownership for a roll-on, roll-off cargo vessel in a low fuel cost scenario. On the left-hand side of the figure, we can see the internal combustion engine for both green liquefied hydrogen and blue hydrogen. And on the right-hand side, we see the outcomes for the fuel cell system. In dark blue, the total cost of ownership in relative terms is being presented, and for information for the reader, we also presented the difference in fuel cost, the capex and non-fuel opex in the other colors. And the percentages are given, are indicating the difference in total cost. So we can see for green hydrogen that the costs are about 2 times higher than one has to invest yearly 2 times more than when applying this, when using a fossil fuel ship, which is, of course, an enormous gap still, even considering carbon costs. But for green hydrogen, there might be there is a steep decline in cost. We can see about 20 to 30% higher in the year 2050. So that is closing the gap, not fully, but it's coming close. When considering blue hydrogen, we can see that the costs currently are about 100% more, so 2 times the cost of fossil fuels, and can be expected to meet cost parity in 2050. And we can see a very, very small bar in negative difference So a lower fuel cost for the application of blue hydrogen in fuel cell systems, and that is due to a higher energy efficiency, so a lower total fuel consumption for fuel cell systems. So there might be cost parity for the for fuel cell systems using blue hydrogen. For the internal combustion engine, the costs remain about 10% higher, but this is of course a small difference which can be go either way. So it can be the case in 2050 that under current market circumstances and current policies and proposed policies, that the cost gap can be closed. So cost parity can be met, but of course this remains still uncertain. So concluding, I'm repeating a bit myself here. Cost effectiveness, cost parity may be met for blue hydrogen powered vessel. However, this is dependent on the price development of green hydrogen, blue hydrogen fuel cost, but also on the underlying fuel cost, fossil fuel cost, and the carbon cost, of course. Yeah, for green hydrogen, the cost parity is not expected in 2030, but we can see over time a large decrease in the fuel cost. And concluding from this, and also the earlier studies we did on the cost analysis on biofuels and ammonia, we can already conclude precautiously that there may be other renewable fuels that are more cost effective to accelerate the uptake of zero carbon shipping. And of course, international and regional policy can support to bridge the gap between the cost for hydrogen and conventional fuels. Thank you.
Thank you, Julius. Of course, the analysis goes also into depth, and there is also the element of carbon pricing, what could be the impact of the ETS. So there are, as I said, that it's still quite a moving target. There are also the cost-related aspects, and read very carefully the study to understand what is the starting point of the cost analysis. We have some questions already in the chat, and they are quite precise, so I read them, and then has the cost of losing fuel through excessive boil-off been accounted in the OPEX?
No, unfortunately not. That is the short answer here, I guess. Which may be, if I stated earlier in the other presentation that the daily boil-off rate can be 1%, but that is the average in the whole supply chain. So it depends very much on the system itself, but unfortunately, no, this is not considered here.
Then, what is the cost of a C-type vacuum insulated plus perlite insulation hydrogen storage tank per cubic meter at atmospheric pressure? I'm the messenger. Don't shoot the messenger.
I'm very sure that you can look up these precise figures in the report. I know they're there, so I don't have them in my mind, but I can remember this is about 50 times the cost of a storage tank for fossil fuels on board, because this, as you mentioned, insulated, all the techniques needed, which is not needed for the storage of fossil fuel, is there, which is a tremendous cost, of course. Yeah.
The Netherlands, please.
Thank you very much. And I have a much less precise question. I saw in your presentation that the fuel cell options had higher non-fuel OPEX. So I assume it's higher maintenance costs and higher, mainly higher maintenance costs than the internal combustion engines, and also higher cost than conventional combustion engines. And I was wondering what the cause of that is, because I'm not so familiar with use of fuel cells in ships, but if you look at electric vehicles, cars or trucks, it's always that the maintenance costs are much lower, but the investment costs are higher. So I wonder why is shipping different?
I can't fully state whether it's entirely different from other transport segments. But what we considered here is that we need specialized labor for that, which is not abundant there. So these techniques are new, so there's additional cost for specialized stuff. And can you add on that? Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the lifetime of these systems are shorter. So that is already, for a large part, captured in the higher capex. But also because you have to take out some parts and reinstall some parts, that brings additional labor cost and such, and also cost for going to the shipyard and lost work there. Yeah.
Yeah, I think also in our study we had quantified a bit what could be the losses of hydrogen in the fuel cells, up to 3%, and that could add also to the extra cost.
Thank you, Sergio. Do we have any more questions from the room or from the chat? It was quite a dense presentation, so I think also, as I said, this workshop should work as a teaser to make you willing to go into depth into the study, and then you know where we are if you have questions and points that you would like to clarify, and also the consortium is of course available. If we don't have comments or questions at this stage, which doesn't seem to be the case.
One addition, as with everything, of course, this is providing an indication. So as a ship owner, please make your own calculations, and your supplier may have slightly different figures, of course. So yeah, good luck with that.
That's why I said read the study and what is the starting point of the cost analysis, because what is your starting point may have an impact on the cost analysis. And we know that it's going to be a fuel mix, so there will be business cases for hydrogen, and that's already clear. So, if we have no more questions in relation to this specific presentation, then we continue with the building block that is very important for all of us, and it's the acid. The different acid scenarios and the recommendations that stem out of it, that will also be the building block of the next generation study by EMSA on the safety dimension of hydrogen. So René, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much. First of all, all these acid going to show you in a moment is being conducted by Harris Patel. So he has been, I would say, quite busy over the last 5 to 6 months completing all those HACCPs there. It's not a small task to do a HACCP, and especially when it's a complicated hydrogen system. We have been looking at, I think the scope for the project was to look at 3 different ship types. But in reality, we have looked at both the RoPax vessel, and here there was installed compressed hydrogen tanks and a fuel supply system, and they were using fuel cell. And those risk assessment cannot be done without any partners. So there's a big thanks to those who participated there. It's Orkney Island Council, it's CMAL, it's University of St. Andrews, it's Carnival, and it's DFDS, who all participated with their knowledge and specialists in the HACCPs. Also the hydrogen fueled product carrier. Here we also used compressed hydrogen bottles there for storing of the hydrogen, and in those ship ABC engine was installed, so therefore a big thanks to ABC engines and also to Egtant for participating in this product carrier and the ferry, and the very large crude carrier was done together with Rotoboost and Wärtsilä. So we'll also issue a big thanks to this. And here we looked into cracking LNG into methane and also hydrogen, and using this blend in the engine system. So I'll present these 3 studies there. When doing a HACCP, we need to do a lot of assumptions, especially when we're looking at a new concept where we are not all details is actually finalized. So in order to get started, we have the assumption lined up here for all the 3 studies there. First one is vessels designed according to compliance with the class and statutory regulation. I would say at this time we started, we did not have class rules in place. So it was according to the IGF code. Fuel storage, preparation and supply vending will all comply with the requirement from IGF code, except where those requirements differ from the IGF code. And as far as practical, the hydrogen fuel system will be designed to not release hydrogen to the atmosphere during normal operational condition. Hydrogen may be released during emergency condition. I will not go through all those. I will highlight a few more of what we have been looking there. Bunkering vessel is equipped with fenders and hoses, so the vessels themselves will not carry the equipment. And the hydrogen bunker will undertake at anchorage, jetty or port, using hydrogen bunker barge or vessel in a side-by-side configuration using transfer hoses. I think that's the most important part here. Yeah, then the hydrogen bottles, it's carbon composite pressure bottles with a liner inside. Pressure reduction from the bottles is done stepwise. So it's not from 200 bar, which is the pressure in the bottles, to supply condition. It's done in several steps. If you look at the first ferry here, we have the fuel cells located there in the mid of the ship in the bottom part, and then we have the compressed hydrogen bottles located up in the top, and then we have the vent mast located right above there on the top of the ship. There was 2 bunkering location, upper side and mid side. And we in fact also looked at 2 different type of location for the bottles. There is in the report, you can also see there is an alternative solution where the bottle is placed, and that is midship next to the fuel cells compartment. And here you can see the specific ship design where the bottles is packed there on the deck storage, and it is surrounded by a blast screen in case you have leakages from the bottles. Then the blast screen is designed to cope with this detonation pressure that will be generated from the explosion. You can see also on the left side the upper bunker station, and you can see the lower bunker station. Both these stations was in investigation. Fuel cells located in the bottom, and then we have the pipe routing from the top going down to the bunker station, and we have also the pipe routing from the compressed hydrogen storage going down to the fuel cells in the bottom there. So that's overall what we looked into, and you can see here we have found and made approximately 230 recommendation from this study. It just indicate there is a significant amount of work also afterwards when completing this risk assessment. Those areas of concern is the storage location in the wheelhouse deck, and it's also the secondary storage place where the location was below deck. This is where we found the biggest amount of risk. Also the upper bunkering station and the lower bunkering station, there was also a significant amount of risk associated with those locations there. If you look at the next ship, the product carrier, I will say also in relation to this, you can get actually the full set of recommendation. It is listed in appendix in the report. So for those who's interested in seeing what is actually the risk associated there with each location, each component, then they can find it listed there in the appendix. On this ship, a product carrier, we had it was actually quite a challenge to find bottles we were able to fit with the capacity needed for running this and operating this ship on hydrogen. And there's on a product carrier simply not sufficient space for putting off enough bottles. So this is a compromise, and it requires that hydrogen is often being bunkered there for this ship. It was not near close to the requirement from X-tanks. We were not able to fulfill that with the tanks solution that was found available today. There's 12 pressure bottles, and we have the engines there from ABC engine, and it's a four-stroke engine. They were connected in a gearbox to a single propeller after the ship. So there's two engines located on the same gearbox delivering propulsion power, and that was for redundancy purposes. And then the same engine size or type was selected also to produce electricity for the gensets. So also electricity was made from hydrogen as well as propulsion power. There's two locations for bunkering on each side of the ship, and they are located away from the site, and as can be seen on the screen. Also here, pressure reduction for consumer was done in two stages. All high pressure piping in the engine room and also in the closed space is double walled. All piping on deck is single walled, so all leaks goes into the air. And then again, it was the same carbon composite pressure bottles that was selected for these storage tanks. Again, you can see a huge number of recommendation. And in this case, it was close to 250 recommendation altogether for that system, and mainly related to the storage system and the bunkering station. Also, significant amount of recommendation on the engine side. Using hydrogen in an engine gives some challenges. You can have hydrogen going in to all the auxiliary system, cooling system. You can have cylinder cover lifting, where you have exhaust gas going into the surrounding. So there's a quite substantial number of risks associated with the use of hydrogen on engine system. The last hazard comprised actually 3 different ship types, and here we looked at a system developed by Rotoboost. It's a decomposing unit which is breaking LNG into hydrogen and solid carbon. And here you can see the diagram. You have an LNG tanks, which is where the LNG is taken from, and then a part stream is going to first a gas sweetener unit, and then a preheater, and then into a decomposing reactor, which contain a liquid catalyst. And this liquid catalyst surrounds the methane molecule, and then it rises, goes into a molten salt, which have a lower density, and then it cracks and splits the molecule into methane and carbon. The carbon is taken out, it's floating on top of the molten salt and goes to a bulk tank. And there's a little bit of extra carbon in the hydrogen, and that goes to the separation process where it's been taken out. And then the hydrogen, together with the remaining methane, it's not 100% cracking that takes place. It's 50% for each time, energy percentages for each time it's passed to the decomposing reactor. So it's probably 50% of hydrogen and methane after decomposing unit, and then it goes back into the stream, going to the engine system. So that's in principle what was investigated in this case here. And here's the assumption listed. Again, I will not go through it all. I will highlight all the releases from the thermal component, the decomposer system, through the release valve will release to a single vent mast. And also during shutdown, nitrogen will purge the TDC system and fuel lines. And then, of course, the heating and cooling system have an intermediate water glycol circuit to avoid any contamination of ship cooling water. And there's more here. We have for LNG on a LNG carrier, there can also be nitrogen in it, and for LNG coming from other places, there can be other parts in it, but it shows that this unit there was not very sensitive to any composition of component that could be in LNG, like propane, butane, and things like that. It passes also through this TDC unit. It's built into a container, all the equipment, and it's assumed that this container has an explosion relief hatch on the structure. So in case you have a leak of hydrogen or methane going out and it explodes, that the pressure is relieved through this explosion release hatch. And the container there is ventilated 30 times per hour, and it changes if there is a leak. It increases to 45 air changes per hour. And here you can see the container with all the equipment located. It's 3 times 12 meters. And for some of the ship, this containers is multiplied instead of increasing its size. It's a modular solution that Rotoboost have developed for to be used in any ship types. For this ship, it's a chemical carrier. You can see on the deck in front of the ship, you have the unit located in between the two LNG tanks, and then you have the tank for storage of the solid carbon in between, same location. And then you have the routing of piping on the tank deck going down to the engine system. And then you have in between, you have a mixing unit and a master valve, so you can shut the supply of gas, the blend of hydrogen and methane. And for the VLCC application, it's just illustrated that there is a 3 unit there, so it's bigger capacity simply because that the LNG consumption is higher, therefore the hydrogen consumption increases, and then need for more capacities. The gray colored boxes there indicate that this is where the carbon bulk is being stored. And there's 4 LNG tanks in total on the deck next to the TDC units. Yeah, again, the assumption. What is worth to highlight here is the engines that was proposed here, and this was 4-stroke engines from Wärtsilä, and this engine was able to use a blend of hydrogen and methane. We also looked at alternative location for the TDC unit in front of, directly in front of the accommodation. So that is also part of the studies there. And the passenger ferry, here you can see the LNG tanks. These are the gray area tanks. There's 4 of them located next to each other, and then you have the TDC unit located in between, and the tanks for storing of the carbon next to those. And for these 3 sets came out with more than 230 or 220 recommendation. Again, there was a lot of recommendation to the TDC unit itself. One of the big concerns was in the beginning that this was not equipped with a relief valve, pressure relief valve. You could have external fire heating up the catalyst. The TDC unit, when it's in operation, it has a temperature between 600 to 800 degrees, and it have a increase in temperature. It has to be equipped with a relief valve. So that was one of the big findings there in this study. The general arrangement, there was quite a lot of comments to this. And the safety system, fire and detection system, also a lot of recommendation associated to this. So the conclusion here, altogether, I understand that EMSA is going to wrap up afterwards and explaining all the highlights here. You can see these for new hydrogen fuel system, it ends up being a huge number of recommendation that is associated to a new ship design. So HACIT is only the start of the project. There needs to follow a large work afterwards, fulfilling the requirement. And what was concluded in the car ferry product carrier is that there was a need for doing a dispersion study around the vent mast system. So that's one of the findings in this studies there. Thank you. That was all from my side.
Thank you, René. In the meantime, there were parallel questions and answers, but for which we still need your help. First of all, we had a question about explosion study, if an explosion study was carried out, and Axile already replied that that explosion and dispersion studies were carried out for the ROPAX, as it was part of another study and the AIP, but not for the product tanker. René can answer for the rotoboost.
I'll say for the rotoboost system, I think there was something like 60, 70 recommendation altogether, and rotoboost, they have sorted out all of them, including also this dispersion analysis, fire analysis, explosion studies, and after they completed all the work there, we issued an approval in principle from ABA's side. And that approval in principle made public 6-8 months ago. Yeah.
Then there is a more general question, because in the acid outcome there is the use of extreme. Are those not acceptable?
No, both high and extreme is not acceptable. You need to find some mitigation in order to lower the risk associated with those. So for the blue and the red ones, there needs to be done some work in order to eliminate or minimize the risk for this. So you can see there's a significant amount of recommendation that needs to be worked on after such a risk assessment.
Clear. Another question was answered by Arxilea on the chat. Then there is another question. What is the cost of CH4 to H2 conversion in percentage of the energy content of CH4?
That's a good question. I can share the contact point for rotoboost, and then they can get the chance to offer a system. We have been looking at recently. We have been looking at an LNG carrier where we have looked at applying a dual fuel diesel electric system instead of a conventional two-stroke engine system. And my memory says that for a 50% reduction of the carbon for delivering to those engine systems, the price was in the range of 12 to 15 million US dollars. So that's a very rough estimate. The benefit for blending hydrogen also with methane is that it also have a good impact on the engines burning methane. The heat release from the hydrogen minimize the methane slip in the combustion chamber. So that's a side effect for that use.
There are a lot of words of appreciation for the work, but questions continue coming, so clearly the interest is there. How do you propose to capture the CO2 produced in the conversion of CH4 to H2?
The question is, how do I propose to?
How do you see that it would be possible to capture the CO2 produced in the conversion of CH4 to H2?
It's a pre-combustion carbon capture system. What is explained, but it can also be used if you turn hydrogen into methane, and then it can also minimize the storage facilities there, and then you can reuse the carbon afterwards. In this case, the carbon comes out as a solid carbon, and I think the question is how to best take use of this, and that depends on the market condition, because there's, as explained in the very beginning, there's a different carbon materials that can be produced by changing the temperature of the catalyzer. If the catalyzer increases a little in temperature, it's a different carbon composition that comes out. So instead of black carbon, you'll get graphene, for instance. And if the price is higher on this, then it's better to produce this and sell that. Or if it's taken from fossil fuel, methane, there has to be done a life cycle analysis securing that this carbon is being recycled again and again in the components. Otherwise, the recommendation is to send it back to where it came from in the gas field.
I have the Netherlands.
Thank you. And thank you, René, for that presentation. Can you tell us a little bit about the nature of the hazards you identified? Because I assume most of them will have to do with fires or explosions, or are there also other hazards or risks?
Your question is related to what type of risk there was? There was a significant number of different risks associated with the use of hydrogen. Leaks is one thing that was heavily discussed. Pre-testing of equipment, making sure that it do not leak. You can have also temperature increase of due to fires, that you heat up the pressure bottles, you have expansion there, and for this reason there's these thermal pressure release devices equipped there. There's a failure of valves, failure of pumps. All this is being looked into. If you have a failure of the valve system, is there a mitigation, something to detect this failure? You have detectors located in different areas to detect if you have hydrogen, both in the engine compartment, in the storage area, around the bunker facilities. Yeah, you can continue. Leaks in pipe, anything you can imagine, basically, is being looked at. But I would recommend you to read the report, the appendix, and here you can find a complete overview of all the recommendation, and it is explained where it comes from, what the failure is, so it can easily be read and understood by people who is interested in designing their own hydrogen fuel system.
I think talking about the risks, I think also we mentioned the leak before breaking a principle that is mentioned in the study that should be applied to all the piping, like in the nuclear sector. Yeah. This should be relevant to take into account that, to adopt that principle in any piping design on board. And René, maybe you can expand on that.
Yeah, material selection is another issue that was also discussed. We had, especially for hydrogen, also embrittlement was discussed for some material selections. Yeah, so.
Okay, that was a very dense presentation and a lot of also questions and also replies by Arxilea in the chat to the different questions. So there is still clearly a lot of interest on the risks and the mitigating measures that counteract the risks and then the issue of leakage. So there is a lot still to dig in, and you will find that this section of the study quite interesting to read, I'm sure. Do we have any more questions in the chat or in... Thank you, of course, to Arxilea that is in the chat also taking care of some questions on behalf of the consortium. But I don't see any more hands raised here online. So we are now, I will propose to continue now with the presentation of the ship owner perspective, and then we break for coffee. Ah, sorry. Online. Arxilea, sorry, I didn't realize you wanted the floor. I saw you very active in the chat answering. Please, Arxilea.
Thank you, Chair. Just to, and good day to everybody. Just to add something to Renee's last answer to Jasper. You notice that probably in all of the general arrangements, the hydrogen is located above deck. And this is because hydrogen eventually leaks, and then you need to try and ensure that it doesn't accumulate above the lower explosive limit. So one of the outcomes which we don't talk about really in the study is that it's very difficult to actually have to store hydrogen below deck, because you will then struggle to ventilate the space if there is a leak. So that is something that makes hydrogen a little bit difficult to implement, because you're going to end up with the tanks on deck, which may be needed for cargo space. Thank you.
Thank you for this additional element that contributes to the overall picture. So I would propose that we don't break yet for coffee, but we take the presentation of the perspective of a ship owner now. So we have Norled with us, which would be a nice cherry on the cake, again, to balance the wealth of information that is shared from the study with experience in the field. And now we have the ship owner perspective, and we are very happy to have with us Ivan Otsvik from Norled, who is the project manager for hydrogen. Please, Ivan.
Yes, thank you for the invitation, and good to be here, glad to be here, first time. I will simply just quite quickly go through a project with you, which is the first liquid hydrogen fueled ship that is, and still only is the first. Just two words on Norled. It's one of the major Norwegian ferry operators. It has around 80 vessels, a mix between high-speed passenger and catamarans and RoPax ferries, carrying a mixture of car and passengers. So the ferry Hydra, it sails and has been sailing since March this year on the route east of Stavanger in Norway. You see the map on the picture. It takes around 300 passengers. It carries 80 car units, and if it trucks, less car units. The ferry was built during the Corona period. It was in operation on batteries summer 21. We took it out of operation summer 22 and installed the hydrogen system that I will show you. Since March this year, it has been sailing on PEM fuel cells. We have 400 kilowatt on board and a 4-ton liquid hydrogen storage tank. So it's not a small vessel, it's a commercial vessel. It's sailing every day. So the liquid system, it's a Linde engineering delivery. Double wall vacuum insulated, 4-ton capacity. Operates between 4 and 6 bar pressure, and no boil off in operation. Okay. You can ask questions afterwards, but we have developed a system able to handle the boil off through a gas line to the vaporizers. The liquid and/or the overpressure gas is fed to the vaporizer through double wall pipings and send it to the Ballard fuel cells. It's two modules, 200 kilowatt. Consumption is around a bit less than 200 kilos per day. The fuel cells are fully certified. You can buy them today from Ballard, DNV certified technology. And the same with the Linde storage tank is also DNV certified. And if we have a leakage in the double wall pipes or the double wall vacuum between the inner and outer tank, we have a vent mast for safe gas evacuation. And there's no venting in normal operation. Okay, the bunkering system, it works well. We had a few hiccups. The ship has been running since March without any hiccups. We had some issues with the bunkering valve between the truck and the tower. But in general, we use overpressure in the truck. We build up 4-bar overpressure and simply push the liquid over. No machinery, no energy used, only the liquid hydrogen itself. We have an aim of 3 tons per hour transfer rate. We're not there yet because of these hiccups and a few issues with the hose crane. So the system works like we pre-cool the tower before the ship comes. So when you have pre-cooled the tower, you avoid any pressure buildup in the tank. So the system is just cold, and we push the liquid through the system and onto the tank, and the pressure in the tank drops during bunkering. And then there's a lot of safety in the system. I'll come back to all these things. So that was very quickly 6 years of project development and building and now in operation. I was invited to talk most about the risk-based approach here, the 1455 that most of you know about. Just before that, I've been project manager for this vessel since the beginning, and without the LNG experience I have and we have in Norway, it would be quite difficult to do this project as good as it has done. About 20 years ago, we built the first LNG-driven ferries, which you see in the picture, and we also used the alternative design process in order to certify these ships. And the history is that the IGF code was developed based on that project and also similar projects in Norway at the time. So how has we done the safety or risk-based design work? We start with the safety philosophy, and we have using standard risk analysis techniques. The safety objective is as on line 1 in the IGF code, we shall not harm anything, or we shall not damage anything. And the risk acceptance criteria that we have been working after has been that this shall be equally safe as a diesel-driven Norwegian ferry. That is the qualitative acceptance criteria. So we simply follow the IGF code. It works well. It's no problem. And I'll come back to each of these points here. So first, I would say that the 18 functional requirements in the IGF code, it gives you design guidance. It's good. It gives you hints about what to do and especially what not to do, so you avoid mistakes in the early phases. And after an initial discussion with the NMA, the Norwegian flag, and DNV, we developed described how we fulfill this project and these requirements. And next to the fulfilling the requirements in these 18 requirements, we also developed the design philosophy for the machinery and propulsion solution. That's kind of important to do at the same time. Okay, I'm entering into the quality risk assessment that turns into a semi-quantitative approach over time. It's a very good tool to use, and I would say you should have the risk expert sitting next to the ship design expert, and they should work together as a team. And slowly, through iterations in this, in the risk assessment process, you end up with a good design that is safe enough. So, in this project, the risk assessment process is very well documented. We just follow the steps. It's a risk management plan. We end up with a hazard and loss of hazards and a hazard report that leads into a risk assessment report in the end. All this information here is available at NMA. So information to IMO is available. I'm not sure about any process here, but it's a lot of documentation in this project on this. So then the risk-based, I tried to summarize, okay, how have we worked in this project? And I tried to summarize this in this slide. Of course, we started hazards. We had 5 or 6 hazards and then several hazard light meetings. We end up with risk scenario descriptions. We have about 200 lines in the risk register, which we then define the root cause for all of them. We have descriptions of frequency as consequences. And then we assess this, okay, how well are the design captured regarding barriers to avoid these accidents taking place, and what are the risk reduction measures that are in place. Then we do the risk analysis. Then we need to update the design and do further risk analysis. And in the end, we end up with the dimensioning scenarios, or the kind of, say, important scenarios. And we have around 10 or 11 in this project. Then we have studied in much more details. And this process is documented, and we have assessed it several times with both DNV and NMA, and gone through every pipe, every valve, every containment system, every part of the fuel cell, every part of the exhaust system, and so on. Cooling water system, ventilation systems, all the support systems has been assessed and are noted in this risk register. So, then, after we have done the qualitative study and we defined by nature and by say the selection of what are the important scenarios, we are going into details and using CFD tools, where we are defining dispersion clouds. We're igniting the dispersion clouds to determine the fire and the explosion loads, and that gives us the design check if we are able that the design is able to handle the explosion or the fire loads. Yes. And then this vessel design and also the process has identified that, okay, the secondary consequences are fine to handle on this ship and assessed and quantified. So just a few examples of this, the explosion studies that you need to do. We simulate gas clouds like this and ignite it, and we measure in this case, we measure the explosion loads on the ship. Similarly, if we have vacuum loss on the tank, this is done in cooperation with the Linde Engineering, so they give us the flow rate in case of vacuum loss, and then GEX is going to simulate this. So if we have a full vacuum loss and the tank is full, you see a cloud like this, and the dangerous part of this cloud are the red and yellow, which are LEL, has LEL zones in them. And And then in the picture to the right, you see, okay, what happened if we ignite this cloud at the bridge mast? You have a flash fire, and then in the end, this flash fire will be instant, and then retract back to the vent pipe, and have a more like just a steady state fire at the tip of the vent mast. And similarly, there was a discussion and saying that everything will leak on board such ships. Yeah, maybe. We are doing leak detection every day. We're not so far after half a year not detected any minor leakages. But of course, over time this can happen. But the maintenance program we have is that we are replacing potential leak sources. And we have an inspection program that is then supposed to avoid to have any leakage. But then, to be sure, we did a leak study, and the leak you see in this picture is a quite large leak. This leak will not go unnoticed over time. The detection techniques we have are much better. They are designed to detect these leakages at a lower level. But a 0.5 gram per second leak in the onboard the ferry will disperse into the atmosphere and vanish before anything can happen. This area has all EX equipment, so there's no ignition sources. There's low pressure. So assumingly and by simulation, the leaks from these liquid hydrogen systems will have a low rate and be and most likely disappear into the atmosphere. Of course, if this leak continues and you don't do anything with it, then things can happen more dramatically. And then we had a lot of discussion on the fuel cell room. Okay, these are the two first fuel cells on board a ship. We have done a lot of work. DNV has updated their rules 2 times during our project. And the fuel cells are quite safe. There's a tiny possibility that they will leak into this room. And this leak, we are taking the worst leak case, made a dispersion cloud and exploded that. And then the structure in the room is capable of withstanding that explosion. So with this, the conclusion from NMA is that, well, okay, this is safe to put these fuel cells in this room. So this is all done by first principles. And these few examples are just some examples. We have many more examples, but this is the way we have targeted safety in this project. And then when it comes to IGF code chapter 5 to 15, specific requirements, these are utilized by the ship designers, the tank supplier, Linde, fuel gas system supplier, and the ESD system supplier, the fuel cell supplier, and we've been working very closely with these equipment suppliers over time to take the learnings from the IGF code, LNG learnings, and develop a safe system, safe equipment. Of course, there are certain gaps between LNG and LH2. These have been identified and can also be provided to IMO through NMA. So the conclusion on the say qualitative risk acceptance is that we got the permit to sail in March 2023. All risks are considered to be equal or better than a diesel-driven ferry, and it's very difficult to see how we shall have any added risk using this liquid hydrogen system and the fuels on board the ferry. We had several visitors on board the vessel, touching the liquid hydrogen tank, talking to the crew, And like seeing is believing. The system works very good. It's quite like LNG in operation when you've designed it. So many of the myths of liquid hydrogen has been demystified through the Hydra project. In the end, we were asked to do a QRA. It's a lot of work in the QRA, but it follows the risk assessment process and just a copy. But the QRA has counted every single pipe, every valve, counted for potential leak rates, etc. In the end, we end up with a FN curve like this, and meeting the, say, newly established NMA rules for passenger and crew. So we are better than the risk acceptance quantitative criteria that are set now in Norway for passenger ships. So the QA is a very tedious work. We have big tables with leak rates and possibilities and storage volumes and etc. But this is very shortly the results. So yeah, and also the first gas hazardous zones work has been developed for liquid hydrogen systems. We've done a lot of assessments. It looks like this. In the end, the big cloud on the top is a vacuum loss. If we have a vacuum loss, and all the equipment in the gas zones are EX certified by class. And in cases where we have difficulties doing that, we have a depowering philosophy. So, and the same with the bunkering zones. We used the same approach for the bunkering tower, exactly the same. There's a double wall, vacuum insulated. We have an ESD system. We developed the zones, and we maybe interesting to know is that with this 3 tons per hour bunkering speed, we have a 25-meter radius working zone around the bunkering tower. So it looks like this on the quayside in Norway. It's safe. We have a possibility of leakage just say 1 meter around the tower, but we set up the 25-meter zone radius just to keep the people away and to have a safe walking zone. So this truck from Germany comes every second week now, and we are pushing 2.6, 2.7 tons of hydrogen over every second week over to the ship. Small problems now. It's working. There's no boil off in transport. The only emissions we have to the atmosphere is when we are depressurizing the truck and the tower after bunkering. We lose around 15 kilos out of 3-ton load. That's the losses. In the next project, we can handle this depressurization hydrogen. It's all coming out in the top of the vent mast of the tower. So we are developing our system that will take care of this depressurization hydrogen and use it locally. So we will get quite close to zero losses. Yeah, LH2 as a ship fuel, we have a lot of documents reading. We think it's a good fuel. It's quite like LNG when we have designed the systems. It works very well on board. It's safe, it's certified, it's zero emission, and also economics show that for coastal and shore sea operations vessels is a quite competitive fuel. We're now developing more ship projects where the aim is to provide operation as before, like bunker vessel, cargo vessels, container vessels should be able to operate as they do today. through new designs and new ways of doing the storage systems. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we have a concrete example of a first mover here, and in a way a success story that is clearly a joint effort of many parts involved to arrive to a shipping operation. This time, of course, there was the advantage that the flag state and the port state coincided, so you had to deal with one authority, and in a way that simplified. We know that in other cases, the concept of the green corridors is taken up to have all different parts involved exactly to support these first movers. And it was a quite, I would say, interesting sharing of experience, also how you built your business case and then you followed in terms of risk analysis, and then how you built the whole concept that now is a reality because it's in operation. So very interesting indeed. We have questions in the chat, so I will start shooting. Training of personnel and qualifications. Can you elaborate on this a bit?
Yes. Yeah, I forgot to take it into presentation, but we have a training package. The crew is IGF certified, as we call them, with the LNG training. Many of them have been sailing on LNG powered vessels. And then we have internal training, like the project team has trained the crew on the functionality and the safety of the system. The fuel cell operator has a training course, 1 week at the factory in Denmark. So the whole crew is fuel cell trained to level 2. And then all the crew has been part of the installation and commissioning process. They have been learning on site. We don't have any other, examples to learn. So we managed to get all the crew to take part in commissioning. So slowly, they are now the experts. They know more than me know after operation, and we have fire and rescue training service. We've done that a few times, and then we have daily routines for leakage checks, and it's a big ESD safety system taking care of the ship as we speak.
Then they would like to know if do you have set up a scheme to verify your assumptions during the ASID, like additional sensors measurement, procedures check?
Yes, if I understand correctly, we have many safety signals. First and foremost, we have the pressure and the temperature signals inside the system, which will be the first line of defense. And then in the open space, we have fire detectors, we have gas sensors. So there are many, we have a whole set of ESD triggers that has been tested and commissioned, and it works well. And on top of that, we have the operational routines, daily checks to look after the system.
They would like also to know if you have carried out during the H2 bunkering phases CMOPS assessment, simultaneous operations assessment during the bunkering phases. Have you carried out the CMOPS, simultaneous operations assessment, during the H2 bunkering phases?
When we are bunkering, we have no passengers on board. We are doing bunkering without passengers for safety in case of. And we also stop the fuel cells when we do the bunkering. We took an early decision on that because we didn't know. It turns out that we most likely can run the fuel cell when we do the bunkering, because there's so many barriers between the storage and the fuel cells. But so the bunkering is done as an individual operation just now in this first project.
And we have the Netherlands.
Thank you. And thank you for this very interesting presentation. I wonder if you can say something about the public perception. Has the Hindenburg come up in the discussion?
Yeah. Yes, we started there with the Hindenburg picture, basically, and say, okay, we shall be safe and we shall work with safety. I have never been in doubt that we will develop this vessel and there will be an operation. That was quite early, a belief, but in the process we have done a lot of safety work and safety awareness and training and focus on that. And for the public, the passengers and the car users, we have arranged 2 times in this area public meetings where we invited all citizens in the area. Of course, we didn't most likely not reach everybody, but 2 times in the beginning of the project and 2 or 3 months before we started, we had the public meetings and basically showed many of the same pictures that I've shown today. Okay, this can happen, but it's not likely. I'm just been really honest on the scenarios, what can take place and so on.
I don't see any more questions. Thanks a lot for this very interesting presentation. And it was really interesting to see how, at the end, it's a success story because it was clearly a positive business case for hydrogen in this case, and it's a reality. So again, being a first mover, it's not easy, but it can be even rewarding as it is in this specific case. We break now for coffee. It will be a short coffee break of 15 minutes. We will reconvene at 4 Lisbon time. Thank you very much. Welcome back to this final segment of the workshop. We had a quite intense day with a lot of information sharing from the point of view of the study that we have published and from the point of view of experiences that were shared from different perspectives, being the infrastructure side, being the ship owner side, being the engine producer, being the fuel supplier. So we tried to give you a bit of a taste and flavor of the different pieces of the puzzle that will support the green transition. And the focus today was on hydrogen, for which there is already a lot of talks as the long-term solution in some cases, but there are a lot of dimensions involved, and it was clear from all the presentations that were shared during this day. We are at the last segment, so I'll give the floor to my staff, to the EMSA team that has been working on and juggling on so many tables in this moment, because sustainability it's a lot in this moment, at least. For us that are the technical body at the side of the Commission and the EU member states. And I give the floor therefore to Sergio for this final segment of the workshop. Sergio Alda is a senior project officer in the sustainability team and is well known actually to all of you. Please, Sergio.
Thank you, Manuela, and good afternoon to all. Yes, I will try to summarize what has been mentioned today, which is a lot, and it's quite of a challenge to try to summarize in a short presentation all the different aspects, but I think it has been quite useful to discuss about all these elements. And well, this study has been, we have devoted a lot of work in this study, so it's important to take a stock on what we have placed in there. Production, we heard this morning about the production of hydrogen. Most of the hydrogen today is being produced using the pathway of steam methane reforming, but what we are interested is on green hydrogen. And for green hydrogen, we know that there are different pathways for the production. Electrolysis, the separation of hydrogen from water, is the pathway which is most mature, and we think that this is the process that will be used. There are other production pathways that are still at different maturity stage, direct solar production of hydrogen, thermomechanical production, biomass fermentation, but still they will need more development to try to have this mature. In terms of sustainability, we know that green hydrogen in particular is capable of reducing up to 97% of greenhouse gas emissions compared to using a conventional fuel oil. There are almost no impurities in the hydrogen molecules, so we will have no sulfur dioxide emissions, no heavy metals, no particulate matter. There may be some greenhouse gas emissions associated to the need to use a pilot fuel that we know that may be needed to stabilize the chemical reaction. So there may be some greenhouse gases coming from the pilot fuel, but minor because the amount of this pilot fuel will be very reduced. One issue with hydrogen is the high combustion temperature, and therefore that can contribute to the formation of NOx. We have technologies to deal with NOx formation after treatment, but that is one of the things that can happen with the use of hydrogen. The production of green hydrogen requires also the use of pure deionized water, and this can have an effect on the marine environment and also can increase the water scarcity in the areas where there will be access to renewable electricity for the use of the electrolyzers. That can be an issue. There are some negative environmental impacts which may be associated to the possible changes in the use of land for the solar panels installations, for the wind farms. There is a need to have big areas of land, and there may be a change in the use of land, and that can have a negative impact into the environment. There are also impacts related to the minerals which are needed for the electrolyzers and for the fuel cells that also had to be taken into account. And this is in what relates to sustainability of hydrogen. Also, it's important to pay attention to the potential indirect greenhouse gas effect of hydrogen. It appears that hydrogen in the atmosphere can extend the lifespan of methane, and that can contribute to global warming. And this has been quantified. We mentioned this morning that it's up to 11 the global warming potential that has been identified in the ICCT report. But more research is needed in that area to be sure of these figures. In terms of availability, most of the production, if not all, in the world is hydrogen being produced by a steam methane reformer. Green hydrogen production is very little. It's around, I think, 0.3 million tons that we quantified in our study, which compares nothing to the overall hydrogen production, which is around 94 million tons in the world. And it's precisely 94 million tons what will be needed of green hydrogen if we want to replace the current fossil fuels used by maritime shipping. The energy demand by shipping will be around 9,400 million tons of green hydrogen. There are two elements that we need to produce green hydrogen. Basically, we need renewable electricity. That we learned from the presentation this morning that there will be sufficient green electricity by 2040. The expectation is that the production of green electricity will grow substantially, and by 2040 we should have more than enough green electricity to produce hydrogen. But there is a bottleneck, and the bottleneck is in the electrolyzer capacity. We know that the announced electrolyzer capacity is around 260 gigawatts, mostly in the European Union, but there will be a need to have a lot more electrolyzer capacity to produce the required green hydrogen. We are talking around 1,300 gigawatts of electrolyzer capacity that will be needed in a few years' time, and therefore there is clearly a bottleneck in terms of electrolyzer capacity. There are things that can be done to expand that electrolyzer capacity, of course, investing more in electrolyzers, but also to try to increase the yield of the electrolyzers, and maybe also to try to further develop electrolyzers like solid oxide electrolyzer types. And well, there could be the possibility of connecting the electrolyzers to the grid. Of course, that will imply that the hydrogen will not be 100% green, but that can contribute also to expand the capacity of electrolyzers in coming years. So these are the hurdles: sufficient renewable electricity, but bottleneck in terms of electrolyzing capacity. In terms of suitability, we know that hydrogen has a low energy density, so therefore the most appropriate use will be for source shipping, for shipping in the near distance of the coast, and precisely the hazards that we have incorporated into the study relate to rope access and ROROS. Mostly we have other scenarios, but that could be the main scenario. Well, NOx emissions will be present. We have mentioned that. We can apply after treatment systems. There are already small hydrogen-based engines and fuel cells, but there is a need to apply them in the maritime sector. There is still a need to develop them. We have heard about several samples from the engine manufacturers and others. Storing hydrogen, also we have, this is a big issue, the storage of hydrogen on board. We have the possibility of using pressurized tanks, but this is not a solution for deep sea shipping. The volume efficiency is very poor, so that cannot work for the deep sea shipping. Storing hydrogen in liquid form is another option, but it will be very costly, and then there is the boil of gas that can be up to 5%. This was an estimation that we included in the report. And remember that hydrogen can have an indirect global warming potential. It will be costly storing hydrogen in a liquid format. We have other solutions for storing hydrogen on board, material-based storage using other molecules like toluene or methyl cyclohexane, or even ammonia. That could be a hydrogen carrier, and that could appear as a less costly solution, especially for long-distance haul, for example, from the Asian markets to the European market. But then, of course, there is the need to convert these hydrogen carriers back into hydrogen. We discussed about the different energy converters that we can use. We have internal combustion engines. We discussed the different possibilities. We have also fuel cells. One of the issues is the pressure that will be needed for supplying the fuel into the engine. And because of that, in the study, we forecast that if any engines will have to be in the market, will be those operating at low pressures, optocycle, because of the cost that will be between 2-3 times cheaper than engines using high injection pressures. But of course, that can change, and well, we have some engine manufacturers here with us, and there may be other ideas. So in summary, there are some challenges for handling the hydrogen. The cost for storing the hydrogen is very high. Hydrogen is an indirect greenhouse gas, but in summary, we can say that there are no barriers for using hydrogen as fuel. We didn't identify any definitive barriers for using hydrogen as fuel for the maritime sector. The techno-economical analysis, we compared the total cost of ownership of a ship using a conventional fossil fuel oil compared to a ship using blue or green hydrogen. And we reached some conclusions. Of course, this is long-term, again, estimations. There is a lot of uncertainty. But generally speaking, we think that using blue hydrogen on a ship can reach a cost parity with a ship using a fossil fuel around 2050. That could be cost competitive by 2050. When we talk about green hydrogen, of course, this changes slightly. By 2030, which is around the corner, we expect that the cost could be up to 3 times higher or greater in the case of a RoPax, for example, or a RoRo ship, even using green hydrogen compared to a ship using a very low sulfur fuel oil. But by 2050, again, with a great degree of uncertainty, we will have a total cost in ownership gap, which is around 20-30% greater in 2050. It's already drastically reduced compared to the 2030 figures. Of course, this will very much depend on the market, how this will evolve, the application of carbon pricing, regional schemes, or at international level that are being discussed at IMO at the moment, and we had a presentation this morning from the IMO on the midterm measures that will have to be discussed and put in place in the coming 2 years. Rules and regulations. The study includes a full analysis of the regulatory regulatory framework and the various regulations which apply to shipping, but not only to shipping. We included also to other sectors. There is a lot of experience in handling hydrogen in other sectors, so we included a good overview of the different regulatory framework. What we know is that there is no ISO standard, for example, for using hydrogen as a marine fuel. So like it has happened in the past with other fuels, this could be something that we can expect. There may be a need to make or to promote some amendments at IMO, for example, in the IEC code, to make sure that it is possible to use hydrogen which is carried as cargo, as fuel in the engines. We have the interim guidelines for hydrogen that will be coming next year, 2024. So there is a number of things that are happening. There is a big aspect that still has not been thoroughly discussed, perhaps, and this relates to the emission factors of hydrogen in the current framework for the energy efficiency and the carbon intensity. There are no emission factors for hydrogen at the moment, and the question will be whether the well-to-wake emission factors from the LCA framework will be embedded in the energy efficiency regulations. That is, or rather, on the carbon intensity operational framework. That is a discussion that will have to take place at some point. NOx technical code, we mentioned that because of the high temperatures that are reached in the combustion of hydrogen, there may be a possibility for NOx formation, and that has to be also looked upon in the NOx technical code, not only for hydrogen, for other alternatives as well. It's time perhaps to look into the revision of the NOx technical code. Hydrogen bunkering guidelines, also there is a need for that, but EMSA will work on it already with further studies that will look into the safety aspects, and that is something that EMSA can contribute to that part on hydrogen bunkering guidelines. In terms of risks and safety, we have a very detailed presentation of the various hazards and risk analysis that have been conducted. There are numerous recommendations for additional work that is needed in relation to the safety aspects of hydrogen. As you can see in the slide, there are some major safety concerns, not impeding or blocking technology from the technological point of view, no blocking concerns, but there are a number of issues related to the use of hydrogen as fuel. It has a wide flammability range, low ignition energy, so there is a risk of explosion, potential leakages, high flame speed, and potential for detonation and deflagration, and also the material embrittlement that we spoke. There are numerous recommendations. I was a bit uncertain what to choose from all the different recommendations. Definitely, this is not an exhaustive list. I just highlighted a number of issues. There are aspects related to the way hydrogen is combusted, is invisible and very hard to detect, and this poses specific challenges in terms of fire detection and, well, firefighting in general. There is a need on a case-by-case on every ship that plans to use hydrogen to make a specific verification or analysis to eliminate any potential source of sparks and static charges that can provide for risk of explosion or combustion on board. That has to be analyzed on a case-by-case. There will be leakages from hydrogen for the characteristics of hydrogen. We learned that hydrogen is very difficult to store under deck. So in all enclosed spaces, in the fuel preparation room, in the engine room, in other spaces where there is handling of hydrogen, there are specific challenges or risks associated to the uncontrolled releases or leakages from hydrogen that can reach an explosive atmosphere very quickly. Material selection, we spoke about that. In the study, we have included several recommendations of what could be the materials that can be used to prevent this embrittlement. And one thing at the bottom that I would like to highlight is the need for adequate training and requirements under the STCW. And again, in this, EMSA is going to work. There is a new study that we are launching that we expect to have results towards the end of next year, with specific requirements or training needs for the crews on board that will be promoted afterwards under the IMO to be included in the STCW. So a number of recommendations. Of course, this is a work that requires cooperation by all the stakeholders. There is a need to develop specific regulations applicable for the use of hydrogen for maritime, we know that. But there is a need to cooperate within the shipping industry, particularly industry stakeholders. They have to develop their own guidances and best practices, and that can support the case for the use of hydrogen. There is, of course, the need for regional policies to bridge the gap in terms of cost between blue-green hydrogen and conventional fuel oils. We have in the EU the ETS carbon pricing already that will require monitoring for next year, the surrendering of allowances in 2025. So this is one good example of policies, together with the fuel EU, of course, of regional policies that can bridge the gap in terms of cost between the blue-green hydrogen and the conventional fuel oils. Discussion will take place at IMO, and that could be also a boost to bridge this gap. More research is needed in the alternative production pathways because of the bottlenecks in the electrolyzers. And there will be a need to promote the other production pathways, and research is needed in that area. And there is a need to cooperate between engine manufacturers and shipyards and design to design the fuel supply system for each specific ship with its own unique risks associated. And the training, the human element, which is very important, that needs to be addressed, and that where EMSA will work for next year. And that's it. That summarizes, hopefully, today's discussion.
Thank you, Sergio, for having provided this extensive summary of the main, let's say, outcome of the study in a way that also stays in our mind at the end of this very dense day. Do we have any questions at this stage or comments? People that would like to share something from the audience in the room or from the chat? Let's give a second. Yes, please. We have an Orled, please.
Thank you. I've seen in several presentations today that there's a boil-off from liquid hydrogen tanks on board ships. On Hydra, at least, there's no boil-off, zero. The reason for this, well, the assumption for this is that the fuel cells are running, of course, but that's the assumption. When the fuel cells are running, the pressure buildup is less than the hotel load on board the ship. So you take the gas pressure out into the same system as the liquid. So I can document this towards EMSA if needed. I think it's important to get that into public knowledge. There's also zero boil-off in the transport of the containers. They have a 30 days holding time, more or less. And secondly, we have worked a lot with pressurized hydrogen in OLED in parallel with liquid hydrogen. I see the hazards there are some unique hazards that you see in either of them that is not seen in the other. So I think it's important that when you do recommendations and guidelines that you are specific on some of the hazards. We can also help with identifying these specifics between the two gases. One is high pressure and one is low pressure, and one is very cold and the other one is very warm. So we can contribute to that. Thank you.
Thank you for this additional contribution that is quite hands-on. René?
Yeah, just a comment to the boil-off rate. I think it's also described that that you can reduce the boil-off rate to 0, but it requires, however, that you implement a vacuum-insulated tank in your design, and that's if you're scaling that up to large quantity of hydrogen you're transporting or using on big ships, it's going to be a quite costly solution. So the expectation is that this boil-off gas amount will be higher on bigger tank systems. So that's why it's also notifies that it will be higher.
Thank you, René. I have no more questions. There is a comment in the chat that hydrogen is the mother of all fuels, not as a fuel, but as a fuel feedstock. I would like to thank, if nobody else wants to take the floor, also in Zoom, if you want to take the floor, you can raise your hand, okay? It's not only feeding in the chat, so if you want to take the floor, this is the moment. And if this is not the case, from my side, I would like to thank all the participants that have been with us in a very long and dense day, but I think it was a very fruitful day for all of us. There was a lot of information that was shared. I'm sure you will go home and download now the study and read it with calm, and then you will have for sure other questions that will raise, and you know that we have an open door policy, so feel free to knock on our door whenever you need something from our side. We are not policy makers, you know that very well. We are a technical body, so we are here not to push for one technology above another one, but we want to make sure that all the ones that need to take decisions, being this in your day-to-day business or being this as competent authority, you have all the information that is needed to take informed decisions. That's why we are here. Today we focused on hydrogen, and clearly the interactive discussions that we had, and the kind of quiz model, René, that you had to face in some moments, and Julius, with very precise questions, are clearly an indication of the interest that there is on this. We have ETS that is knocking on our door in the EU. 1st of January is here. FuelEU Maritime is following very closely. So the uptake of alternative sources of power is here. It's not anymore something that belongs to the future in a very far away horizon. And you can count on us. We don't have answers to all your questions, but we will try always to do our best to gather knowledge, share lessons, as it happened today, and be a platform where you can meet, brainstorm, and exchange in a sound and safe technical environment. With this, we close the first day on hydrogen. Tomorrow, we will focus on the second study that we just published. So it's going to be wind-assisted propulsion, the focus of the morning. And then in the afternoon, there will be a dedicated module on what is happening more on the safety related side. So what is happening in relation to bunkering of biofuels and the safety of ammonia. Two studies that are currently ongoing and for which you will get an update. And you will also get an update on our batteries storage safety guidance that was recently published and for which there is, again, a very strong interest as another piece of the puzzle in relation to electrification. I would like again to thank all of you for having been with us for a very long day, and I will see you tomorrow at 9 o'clock Lisbon time. Enjoy the rest of the evening, and thanks again for the active participation.